Councilmember Rojas,
Present.
Councilmember Hicks,
Present.
Councilmember Deere,
Present.
Mayor Pro Tem Hilton,
Present.
and Mayor Davis Holmes.
Present. We have a flag salute by Councilman Deere, please.
All right, everyone would please stand and face the flag, or if you can't stand, just look toward a flag, and we have one on the screen. Please repeat with me. Ready? Begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic
for which it stands,
one
one
nation,
nation,
under
under
God,
God,
indivisible,
indivisible,
with liberty and
with
justice for all. Thank you.
Our invocation will be done by Pastor Canales of Mission Ebenezer Family Church. Is he here? Pastor.
I don't see him, Madam Mayor. We had him before, and it doesn't look like he's on again.
Oh, you had him here?
Yes, ma'am. He may have
Yes,
fell
lady.
off. Yes, ma'am. Doesn't look like he's on at the moment.
Oh,
Is his name Pascal?
A lost connection or something.
No, that's not him.
That's not him? Okay.
okay, Bishop.
Let's bow our heads. Father, thank you for this wonderful opportunity to serve your people. We pray that you would bless the city of Carson and its leadership. Bless us in this meeting tonight to give us clarity, insight, and direction. In Jesus' name, amen.
Amen.
Madam City Clerk, are there any comments on closed session items?
No, Madam Mayor.
Madam City Attorney, announcement of closed session items, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. A closed session will be held pursuant to Government Code Section 54957 B and B1 to conduct an employment performance evaluation for the position of city manager. A closed session will be held pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9 D2 or D3 and E1 because there is a significant exposure to litigation in 3 different matters. The closed session will be held pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9 D1 to confer with legal counsel in the matter of Kendall versus City of Carson, LA Superior Court Case Number 20 SPCB 48765. And lastly, a closed session will be held pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9 D4 because the city is considering whether to initiate litigation in one matter.
Thank you. Sorry, excuse me, City Attorney. Madam Mayor, may we go ahead and push item number 2, closed session item for the public record to September 20th, please?
Which one is that, Mr. City?
Item number 2, public employee employment
Yes, we can
performance
do that.
evaluation.
No problem. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Okay, Kevin Kennedy. So we're gonna recess the closed session. We should be back no later than 6:15, Madam City Attorney, 6:15.
That should be fine. Yes. Thank you.
Thank you.
We are live.
Well, good evening, everyone again. Madam City Attorney, could you report out on closed session items, please?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. The council did not take up item number 2 as stated by the city manager before we went into closed session. Item number 3 was taken up. The council met pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9, D2 or D3 and E1 because there's a significant exposure to litigation in 3 matters. No reportable action was taken. The council took up item number 4 pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9D1 in the matter of Kendall versus City of Carson. No reportable action was taken. And lastly, the council covered pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9D4 because the city is considering whether to initiate litigation in one case. No reportable action was taken. The council did not take up item number 6 and will not be taking it up at this meeting.
Thank you. Item number 6. Thank you, Madam City Attorney. Next is introductions. Is Captain Jones here?
I'm here, ma'am. Hello, everyone. Can you guys hear me?
Yes, I can.
Oh, okay. So since our last report and update, a couple things we've been involved in, things have happened. First of all, we had our community night out, which was a great event back in, beginning of last month. Many of our residents and visitors came out. We were just happy to see them. They got a chance to meet with our deputies. They got the chance to see the various sheriff vehicles and equipment and helicopter. Got to get an icy, pet the animals, enjoy a lot of the food and the music. It just felt good seeing everyone out there bonding and talking. And it seemed like everyone took my message seriously when I said meet 2 people that you haven't met before. So that seemed to go really well. So I just want to thank all of you all as the mayor, the council, as well as our city management team for all the support they gave and their involvement in that event. Next, our team had the pleasure of going out and helping out and supporting the Relay of Life at Carson Park a few weeks back. It felt good just to be out celebrating those who are in a fight against cancer. We currently here at our station have some members who are in that fight and who are currently battling cancer. So we just wanted all those to know who, not just at our station, but in our community, to know that they're not in the fight alone, that we stand with them. So it was good to be out there at the Relay for Life. I think it was a good cause. Over the past month, our team as a whole has been involved and attended many of the town hall meetings that you all have put on. We've enjoyed participating and having those discussions, the ones at Focia Park, the one at Stevenson, as well as Mills Park. We just enjoyed talking and sharing and getting ideas from our community members and talking about public safety, different safety tips, building partnerships, talking about crime prevention, taking a multi-layer approach, and just working on ways we can work collectively to reduce crime, the crime element in our community. We're looking forward to participating in the upcoming town halls. I think we got one at Focia Park next week. Next, with the support of our mayor, our Carson Station team was recognized last month for its dedication and hard work at the Regina Napper Honors Award celebration and hero ceremony. Very good event, very good ceremony. And it was just great to be around and amidst others, folks who give of themselves on a daily basis to improve the various communities. So it was a very good event. Thank you, Mayor, for recognizing us and supporting us in that event.
Let's recognize our captain.
It's the team, ma'am. I can't take all the credit. Yes. I want to share an update. As you guys know, yesterday you received a notification about an event that we had in the city earlier in the month. Unfortunately, that involved an aggravated assault and a weapon. I want to report that due to the assertive and proactive actions of our deputies and our detectives, they were able to not just take a report, but they did a bunch of quick follow-up, reached out, got the partnership of another local law enforcement agency. And due to all that whole work and our detectives and everyone, we were able to arrest the suspect before he can try to flee, as well as we were able to recover a weapon and gun. As you know, it just happened yesterday, so the investigation and everything is still ongoing. It's an active scene, and it is fresh and new, but we at least got that weapon off the streets as well as got that suspect in custody. So I thought it'd be good to give you guys that update. Because we do believe that incarceration is not the answer, we've had a recent meeting with our youth diversion program, as well as a local community-based provider. We're looking at ways to try to reduce juvenile offending and help our youth grow into productive and caring adults without always just arresting them. So that's we're moving in that direction. Our service area lieutenant, Lieutenant Aiello, is working with the county, the health department of the county, the juvenile section of the court, as well as with this community-based organization. And that's the direction we're going to be moving in for certain crimes when it involves youth. Obviously, if it involves, those high-level tier 1 type crimes, robbery, anything with a weapon or anything of that nature, that may not work. But for any of those gateway type crimes, we're going to be trying to work with ways we could try to lower the recidivism rate regarding our youth and help them grow to be productive. One thing I want to share, the deputies continue to be out within the community and working hard. The deputies still believe that visibility and being proactive is important and is a deterrent to the criminal behavior, as well as it reassures our community members. Last thing before I close out, as you guys know, we're in this heat wave right now. Temperatures are up, and I don't know, you may have got that emergency alert on your phones. They're looking at possibly doing blackouts in different locations. We're hoping there's not going to be one here in Carson. But just as a reminder to all our residents out there, please, sir, please, ma'am, charge your cell phones. Make sure you got all, your emergency information as well as equipment readily available where you can reach it, and whether it be a flashlight, a lantern, or something of that nature. Just make sure you're prepared just in case a blackout does happen and Edison needs to cut off the power. Because as you know, we may not know how long that may be. If it may be an hour, maybe 2 hours, maybe 4 hours, or maybe 8 hours. But we're hoping it doesn't happen at all. But I just want to remind you guys, make sure you're prepared for that. Thank you for your support, our hardworking men and women here at Carson Station. That concludes my report this evening. Does anyone have any questions?
Madam Mayor, I've got a question.
Go on, Councilman.
Oh, yeah. So, Captain, that's an excellent report. I really like how thorough you are in your reports. I want to comment about the community night out. Really well organized, a great setup. If more people knew about it and how wonderful it was, you would have more people there. And advertising it next year a little further, maybe the city can go out a little bit further on our marketing and advertising. It was a really wonderful arrangement. It was organized. You are capable of handling more people there, and so great job. I really think you did a great job on Community Night Out. And we all appreciate the deputies and your entire staff, even your civilian staff, on how you are enduring the heat like everyone else, but also keeping a high quality of law enforcement in the city of Carson. So thank you.
Thank you for your support. And we'll also take your suggestions on trying to make sure we get the word out to maybe have more people involved next year.
Thank you. Captain, I really want to thank you for the Stevenson Village Town Hall meeting. We had almost 90 people there in attendance. You took the heat. But MPT and I, we need to circle the wagon because we made a promise to go back with some suggestions. So MPT and I, we want to meet with you to come up with a list. I think his field rep and mine had some suggestions, but we did make a commitment to come back and discuss some of the items that were of concern to the residents because they were very boisterous and you handled it. And then also, it's not on your calendar, but I don't know why. I'll have Sparkle to contact you because Wednesday at 7 o'clock at Del Amo Park, we have a town hall meeting over there. They requested that I come out and have a meeting there, and they want to meet you. But I think it's the next Wednesday at 7 o'clock. We'll
Yes,
have
ma'am.
MPT?
Yeah, no, thank you, Madam Mayor. I was going to add the same thing. Thanks for showing up as Stevenson. It was still some residents with some unanswered questions. So we just wanted to circle back and make sure that we do that. And then as we're scheduling one to go to Hemingway, so we can cover the Centerview area and the Galaxy West area, we're going to be working on those areas because, and then maybe got to figure out how we can pivot the Victoria Park area as well. Maybe try to include them as well, since we don't have a park right there in the District 1. But phenomenal job, and I'm looking forward to an increase in sheriff patrol, and we're looking forward to an increase over the weekend. So I want to give you, I'll give you a call offline about that to make sure that we have certain number of things that are going on this weekend. We want to make sure that we're fully covered.
Yes, sir.
Madam Mayor.
Madam Mayor, is that
Yeah.
town hall meeting at Delaware Park tomorrow night?
No, next week.
A week from tomorrow?
Yeah, I believe
Is
it.
it on public safety or in general? Oh.
It's going to be on public safety. It's going to be on some of their concerns. We're going to hit Measure C is coming up fast. We need to definitely get the word. I know.
Madam Mayor, I know that we're so used to calling it Measure C, but it's
Measure
Measure
H.
R now.
Measure R. Measure somebody. Utility users tax.
Yes, ma'am.
And so, yeah, that meeting will be at Delamo Park. But I have to get the exact date. Captain, we will contact you, but I know it's not this week, it's the following week. And
Yes,
then,
ma'am.
okay?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, thank
Yes, Madam Mayor.
you. Yes.
Yes, I wanted to take the time to thank Captain Jones and your staff at the Carson Sheriff's for coming out to every one of our public safety meetings on Tuesdays when we did not have the council meeting. So we've had a series of public safety meetings. So thank you for that. And it was the LA Sheriff's Department, as long as LAPD was there. And also people from LAUSD, security. And then we have another one coming up on Tuesday, the 13th, where we will be talking about the crimes that occur in our schools right now. So, so I wanted to thank Captain Jones, your staff. I believe your narcotics enforcement detail will be there as well as well as LAUSD. So we want to invite the community to come out for that so we could talk about our youth and the problems that we see within our schools. So it's a collaborative effort, and I thank you, Carson Sheriffs, for being there for all of us in the community. Thank you.
Carson's finest. Okay.
Yes.
Madam Mayor, I do have one other thing I remembered now. I want to thank Councilwoman Orly Rojas, who is a law enforcement officer for 32 years now, right? You started when you were really young, for creating a public safety task force. I know when I was first elected city council, I created a public safety task force, very successful at the time. And Arlene Rojas's task force is also very successful. It helps all 5 of us as council members, and therefore it helps all the people of the city of Carson. So my compliments to you, Councilwoman.
Yes, and we should continue to do that in all our districts and work together with all the council members, along with our sheriff department and all the other surrounding agencies, because it's not just the sheriff's department. We have the other departments that Compton, and then Harbor City, LAPD, even Long Beach, and Gardena, all those other law enforcement agencies that will make Carson a safe community. So thank you. Let's do this all together. So thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you,
Thank
Sheriff's
you.
Department.
Councilman Hicks, any comments? You good?
I'm good, but I do want to publicly thank our captain for coming out to the town hall meeting we had at Mills Park. We had close to over 55 residents from the District 3 location, and the information being shared was very informative. Again, he was hot on the fire, but he took it. He was able to handle himself very well, but he did bring backup. So I understand he was not alone. He was not alone. But again, thank you for coming out, and we'll be doing some follow-up as well over in D3 and to the residents. I think there's about 6 parks that's in District 3, and I'm going to hit each and every one of them along with the mayor. We wanted to make sure that we got information out in regards to what's going on in District 3.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, they're gonna wear me out between you. Okay. All right. Thank you, Captain, so much as usual. Enjoy your report. The community night out was great, and I will have Sparkle, I'll give you a call. I'll give you a call.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Uh,
The next item is that Chief here tonight, Mr. City Manager? Chief Bennett?
Yeah, I see him. He's in the car.
Hi,
Yeah, you're
Yeah.
right. Down there.
I'm here.
All
I'm
right.
here. Good evening, Mayor and City Council. Thanks for having me, and I apologize I missed you guys last month. But hopefully everybody's staying cool tonight. And with that, I just wanted to add on to a little bit about what Captain Jones said about the importance of preparedness during this heat wave. Our fire behavior analysts and our weather guys said this will definitely last through the week. We're going to have higher humidities and these incredibly high record-breaking temperatures. So not just important to take care of our electronics in our homes, but also ourselves. Make sure you're staying hydrated, staying in the shade, and doing those strenuous activities in early morning and late evening where we can, and doing your best to stay cool. So, and with that, of course, thanking those deputies that are out there keeping our firefighters and the community safe, working in this heat. Your firefighters are out there all day in their heavy equipment in this 100+ heat, making sure the community's safe. So they're doing what they can. They're trying to stay cool as well. And as we speak, one engine company from Carson is up in Hemet assisting with the wildland fire up there. So we've got companies backfilled, but the work is never done for your firefighters. And you got great deputies, you got great firefighters that are out there to do their best to keep you and the community safe. So, but keep yourself hydrated and safe as well. Of course, during the warmer temperatures, we do have those busier months. So for the month of August, we did have an increase by about 3 calls per day. So about 967 calls for service for your fire crews. As normal, about 675 or close to 3/4 of those are the EMS runs. We did have an increase in fire calls, both in grass fires and building fires. And unfortunately, we had about $453,000 in reported damage to those either structures or outbuildings. Again, 38 fire calls. There were 21 general service calls, 3 hazardous materials incidents, 184 calls that were good intent calls, and 50 false calls. So averaged about 33 calls per day. And again, that's up almost 3 calls from the previous month. And again, we attribute that to the increased heat. And again, we're not going to see a break in this throughout the rest of the week with especially here in Carson and surrounding cities with just kind of stagnant, higher humidities and just stifling heat. So we'll do our best to keep you safe, but make sure you keep yourself safe as well. And that is my report for tonight.
And thank you so much for your report. We missed you last night.
Yeah, I apologize for that.
I know, no, you're busy. We understand.
Yeah.
So thank you very much.
All right. You're welcome.
Comments from my colleagues, other than thank you.
Just a thank you, Chief Bennett. Just let your staff know that we appreciate your sharing them and sending them to Hemet. Hemet really needed help, and you guys came to their assistance. That's great. But we also want to not forget that we want to express a thank you to every one of your personnel in Carson, to all your stations, for all the great work you do.
Thank you.
Thank you for that. I will definitely pass along to him.
Yes, definitely stay safe, stay hydrated, and you guys are working in the heat and fighting a fire, so it's double whammy.
Yeah.
It's double whammy.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay. Thank you very much. We'll see you soon.
See you next. Yeah, you bet. Take care.
Our next is item number 9, an update from the West Basin Municipal Water District, calling for all service area residents, including Carson, to temporarily suspend outdoor watering from September 6th due to the major pipeline repair work by the Metropolitan Water District of Southern California. Is the representative here?
Hi.
Gregory?
Hello. Hold on. Wait a minute. Give me 1 second. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, for some reason, it's giving me an error message on my video. It says you cannot start your video because the host has stopped it.
You're on.
See you and hear you.
Okay, okay, hopefully you can see me. Hello, everyone.
Yes, hi.
And I'd like to just say thank you, Mayor Davis Holmes, for welcoming me here today. And of course, to the full City Council and our Public Works Director, Eliza Jane Whitman, who has been such a great friend and ally over the course of my 4 months here with West Basin. 4 years, feels like 4 years.
Seems like it, huh?
And all of our distinguished guests and community members who are here tonight. My name is Gregory of West Basin, representing our Board of Directors. And if I may share my presentation, let me go ahead and pull up my presentation here. Hopefully you can now see that. Let me go into presentation mode. Okay, yes. Let's all be califragilistic, exactly. And I think everyone is familiar with what's happening with the drought. So we need to save water for our communities. And so with that, I am here on behalf of our Board of Directors, in particular, Director Harold Williams, who represents Division 1, which includes the City of Carson, and our Board President, Don Deere, whose brother also sits with the City Council here. Glad to be here with you, Jim.
Yes.
And of course, we have a pretty diverse service area that West Basin represents, and Carson being very prominent among these various communities. And I think I've shared in my last time I have the pleasure of being with you that I consider Carson my second home for many reasons. And so with that, the message at hand is regarding the upper feeder pipeline from Metropolitan, which brings in the Colorado River supply. And there was a leak discovered on the pipeline, and that leak propagated within the coupling where the two pipelines come together. The connector piece had a crack in it that propagated from 1 inch to 2 inches. And so the Metropolitan Water District was able to respond and put in a temporary fix that allowed for some stability of the situation while they fabricated the replacement parts to have that coupling removed and to be replaced with a new coupling. And so they now have the pipeline taken out of service right now. And the Metropolitan Water District and West Basin encourages all customers within our service territory to discontinue use of irrigation water for the next 2 weeks. So this would be from today, September 6th, through September 20th, such that we can reduce the take of Colorado River water during this period when the major pipeline has been taken out of service. So with that, let me know if there happen to be any specific questions about that, but it really is a time for us to really lean in on conservation and reduce the risk of losing pressure in our system because we have the pipeline out of service. My colleague compares it to Carmageddon. So for those of us who remember when the 405 was shut down, when they were rebuilding the bridge, this is similar to Carmageddon. So please do encourage your friends and neighbors to not water their lawns during this period.
Will there be any kind of measuring device on for homes that are caught in violation? I seem like I heard something about that.
Well, you know, this is really a voluntary measure, so it isn't something that's being enacted as a mandatory restriction, but we are encouraging, you know, all of our customers in our service territories to comply. Mm-hmm. As you could imagine, with such a short duration, 2 weeks, implementing enforcement measures may be a bit challenging. Uh-huh. However, now is the time to really lean in on conservation because the overall Colorado aqueduct system has its own stress and strain. And so I do have some additional slides to share with you on that point. But given the short duration of this particular outage, we can all do our best to do our part. And it's really the honor system. And if we have neighbors who may not be aware, now's the time to share the news, because I want to say that this more to come. And so we'll get into that part of the conversation. So I don't believe there will be any measuring devices specific to this shutdown.
Okay.
Okay, so with that, I'm going to go to the next slide. And this is some of the media campaign that has been promoting the situation. We have leaned in closely with Metropolitan Water District to advance the message as far as we can through paid advertising in the various local newspapers, also promoting the situation through social media. And I want to say that our great partnership with the City of Carson and our Public Works Director, Eliza Jane Whitman, has really created a good, collaboration to get the word out through this, throughout the City of Carson's social media outlets as well. So I want to thank Eliza for doing that and just being such a great partner as we communicate, with everyone who needs to hear this very urgent message. So with that, the next slide here really kind of gets into the conditions on the Colorado River itself. And so as you can see, the key storage units that are on the Colorado River includes Lake Mead. Of course, we're all familiar with Hoover Dam and the ability to generate hydroelectric power through it. And the conditions on the river are in a long-term decline. You can see the points here that indicates it's a third straight year of drought on the, in California itself. And that LA County is in severe and extreme states of a drought. All 58 counties are under state mandated emergencies, starting from last year. And we have key reservoirs where storage is well below levels that just are kind of almost unheard of. And so with that, I think many of us may have seen in the headlines that Lake Mead in particular, Lake Powell, Lake Orville are all, declining in their levels. In fact, Lake Mead, there's been, various findings of vessels and vehicles, and not to mention bodies, human remains. And so the levels in these water bodies are such that we don't have the supply in the aqueduct systems. Why am I saying all this? Well, this graph here really kind of says it all. And so you can see on the far left end of the graph, we were at a certain elevation in Lake Mead. And you can see since that time in 2000 until today, we're now in 2000, 20 years later, the levels in the lake have dropped precipitously. That means, pretty drastically. And so there's shortage trigger levels that have been enacted because once the reservoirs fall below certain levels, California, Nevada, Arizona, Mexico, we all share in the supply from the river. Cutbacks have to be enacted when these shortage trigger levels are reached. And we are now below 2 of those shortage levels, as you can see on the graph, level 1 being the top line, level 2A being the second trigger, and we're not yet down to the third trigger level, level 2B. But this is really kind of a very precarious situation as it relates to water supply. And why is this important? Because as we go forward into the next water year, which starts October 1, what we're talking about today about not watering our lawns due to the outage on the upper feeder, we could very well have this same type of conversation in the next few months when the experts analyze the watershed and the snowpack levels and the hydrologic cycle and determine that the supplies may not be sufficient to maintain the kind of irrigation that we've been accustomed to, for many years here in Southern California. So what we're talking about right now could be a very real and present conversation in a very short few weeks, if not a couple months. So that's why I'm taking time on this with you now. So consider this outage as a preview for potentially more to talk about in the next month or two. So with that, that takes me maybe to some of the prohibitions that have been implemented by the state. And so, there's no outdoor watering allowed on sidewalks. I think we all pretty much, understand that. We have to make sure that if we're washing down our vehicles, that we have automatic shutoffs on our nozzles so that water isn't just, being, wasted as we soap up the vehicles. We want to make sure that, filling of decorative fountains, lakes, or ponds are not done during this period. And also not watering our lawns, immediately after it rains, if and when it does. But then more importantly, this last bullet is where I want to focus your attention on. And I want to thank again, our partnership with Eliza Jane in leaning in on this is, not, allowing ornamental turf to be watered in our public medians. And so this is both in terms of the municipal facilities where we have turf that is not used for active recreation, that is not used for active recreation. And so I know that Eliza has been very diligent, being one of the first public works directors to reach out to us, West Basin, and making a very immediate impact on water demand by looking at the city's decorative fountains and looking at the current outdoor landscaping and determining, areas that should not be irrigated, and working with her Park and Recs personnel to take action. And so I think she deserves a really good round of applause and kudos for all of that great work.
Kudos.
Yes, indeed. And so with that, West Basin has taken action to call for reductions of 30% in our service territory. We've advocated for watering at a maximum of 2 days per week, not counting this shutdown. We're down to 0 for 2 weeks. But aside from this period, we want everyone to bring it down to 2 days per week and not irrigate ornamental turf that is not used for active recreation. And we're still promoting the use of recycled water. And in that area, Eliza and I have been talking about future opportunities to extend recycled water supply into the city of Carson. So more to come on that. Now, this particular table, which has a lot of numbers on it, is really kind of a good testament to the city of Carson and to all the efforts that you all have done, and basically saving water, specifically Cal Water Dominguez, and the percent change that you can see from July 2021 to June 2022, down 10%. Percent change for June, down 14%. So that means that water demand has come down, and that is a good outcome. And so that's all to the credit of the work that Eliza has been doing. That takes me into the next area that is another good news story, because we've, have our rebate programs that help customers remove their lawns and take advantage of rebates to help pay for that, to offset those costs. And working with, Ms. Whitman, we've been able to, implement, a lot of this rebates and incentives for the city of Carson. And in fact, we recently were contacted by Cal State Dominguez, I believe. And so they're seeking similar opportunities because of the great example that's being shown by City of Carson at City Hall, taking advantage of these rebates to make water efficient landscaping design decisions. So with that, I think I'm to the end of my presentation, and I really thank you all for allowing me to have an opportunity to speak with you. What questions do you have for me?
I just want to say the word precipitously. What a word for us tonight. That's all. That's it. I marked it down. Thank you so much.
Well, thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. General Manager. You always respond. Presentation is excellent. to get the rebate for the grass, that's to remove grass and put that artificial grass in. They just need to how do we go about doing that?
So I believe I have my friend and colleague and now Assistant General Manager EJ Caldwell here with me. So if I may trouble EJ to kind of speak to that very specific question.
Okay.
Do we have EJ on the line?
Are you here, EJ?
Okay, maybe he's multitasking. I see his name there, but perhaps we caught him at a moment where he's multitasking. But anyway, we do have a water conservation team here at West Basin. And so if you go to our website, westbasin.org, EJ just sent me a text saying that his microphone is not working. But anyway, in answer to your question, you can call my number. Let me give you my number. 310-660-6210. And you can give me a call and I will direct you to the right person who can help with those rebate programs.
Repeat that number.
310-660-6210.
Okay. Okay.
And I will certainly put you in touch with my expert team. We have Jennifer Vasquez, who also puts on Know Your H2O class, and they talk about conservation measures and rebate programs. And for those who would like to have design assistance for their low drought-tolerant landscaping, so we can provide like design ideas and examples to help inspire your residents on how they might go about, implementing drought-tolerant landscaping. So Jennifer is like a superstar. She's all of that in a bag of chips.
Oh, wonderful.
So with that, please do give me a ring, and I will be happy to put you in touch with our team.
Okay, sounds good.
Okay, cool, awesome. So thank you so much, Mayor Davis Holmes, and thank you, City Council, and my good friend Jim Deere. Thank you, everyone.
Okay.
You're welcome. Have a great evening.
Comments, colleagues?
Great report.
All I can say is don't water your grass for the next 15 days.
No, is it 15?
Yeah, from the 6th to the 20th, so that's 14 days.
14
2
days.
weeks.
I might mention that, if you don't water your grass for 15 days and the grass dies, this is a good opportunity to replace your green grass with drought-tolerant landscaping. And as you can see on the screen, the West Basin website will help guide you to help make that happen. Isn't that right, Mr. Reed?
That is absolutely right. That is absolutely right. We have so many resources to make this process easy for you. So now's the time.
Now is the time. To the staff, make sure we have this up on our webpage, the no watering the dates again. I know you do, but just a reminder in case. And that for turf grass replacement with the website, who they can contact.
Confirmed, Madam Mayor, we do have it on the city's website. We'll make sure it's continuing to get out there and publicized to our residents.
Okay.
And I want to thank you, David, City Manager David Roberts, and forgive me for not, mentioning your name at the outset. And so thank you for being such a great partner as well.
Absolutely not a problem, Mr. Reed. Pleasure having you here tonight.
Absolutely. We'll have to get together and break bread sometime.
Sounds good. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Okay, take care. You all have a great evening.
You too.
Bye-bye.
Bye now.
Item number 10 is a proclamation recognizing the anniversary of the September 11th Councilman MPT Hilton.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Tonight we have receiving this 9/11 recognition we shall never forget. We have our very own Captain Tony Wright, who's a resident of the mighty D1, but also a captain in the Los Angeles County Fire Department. And I'm excited to have him on tonight. So Kevin, if you could put this on the screen, and then we'll have Tony Wright to say something as he receives this award.
We're hearing on it now, Councilman.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Jacob, you have a second.
All right, while we're waiting on Kevin. Let me grab it here. Proclamation in honor the 21st anniversary of September 11th. Whereas this year marks the 21st anniversary of the violent terrorist acts when the mighty towers collapsed in the heart of New York City and wreckage burned in Pennsylvania and at the Pentagon, which took the lives of nearly 3,000 individuals, many of whom were police and fire personnel. And whereas on September 11, 2001, a bright autumn day was darkened by the worst attack on the American people in our history. Thousands of innocent men, women, and children perished. They were family and friends, service members, and first responders, and the tragedy of their loss left pain that will never fade and scars our country will never forget. Whereas more than 2 decades later, the world we live in forever changed. But as we mark the anniversary of September 11, we remember what remains the same: our character as a nation, our faith in one another, and our legacy as a country, strengthened by service and selflessness in the spirit that moved rescue workers and firefighters to change into darkness and danger. That September morning, we see the same sense of moral responsibility that drive countless Americans to give of themselves and as adversity happens. And whereas over the past 21 years, the city of Carson and the members of the Carson community have come together to remember the heroism, police and fire personnel, rescue workers, volunteers, local officials, and those who responded to these tragic events with courage, selflessness, compassion, determination, and skill. And whereas the Carson community has remained true to its commitment to pay tribute to the survivors of the attacks for their courage and moving past the tragedies and serving as an inspiration to many individuals in our communities. And whereas the Carson community still continues to derive inspiration in the brotherhood, sacrifice, leadership, and a sense of community demonstrated in the aftermath of September 11th. And whereas it's important that all citizens of the United States continue to remember September 11th, the tragic event, the precious lives, and the valuable lessons learned from it, and use them to invigorate the patriotism in all of us. And whereas today we remember the victims, their families, and the heroes who stood up during one of our country's darkest moments, the city of Carson invites all our citizens to reclaim that abiding spirit of compassion by serving our community in the years ahead. Now, therefore, the mayor, city council, and citizens of Carson, California, hereby commemorate September 11th as Patriot Day, a national day of service and remembrance, by offering a word of appreciation to the police and fire personnel for their heroic deeds, and inviting organizations and individuals to join in the observance, calling on our citizens to remember the tragedies of September 11th and the countless lives they were lost as a result of the terrorist attacks, by observing the day with appropriate ceremonies and activities, including remembrance services, and to observe a moment of silence to honor the innocent victims who have perished on September 11th, 21 years ago, dated this day, the 6th day of September 2022. And I believe Tony Wright is on the line. And Tony, if you would come offline and say something and receive this award on behalf of the residents of Carson. Kevin, would you allow Tony off mute?
Yes, Councilman, I'm trying to find it. Let's see.
Well, good evening, everyone. Madam Mayor and honorable council members. I was actually on September 11th, I was actually employed by the city of Carson as a public safety analyst. I didn't move over to the Los Angeles County Fire Department until August 26th of 2002. So thank you for the award. I appreciate it. I will accept it on behalf of the county. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Madam Mayor, back in your hands.
Am I good? Okay, the next one will be a proclamation recognizing Hispanic Heritage Month. And the recipient, the person that will be receiving that is Sylvia Cruz. Kennedy, can you put this up on the screen? Kevin?
Yes, Mayor, it's on the screen now.
Okay. Councilman Deere, I'm gonna let you read this one. Okay, if it's okay, can you read that one for me? I was supposed to read.
Yeah, it's small print, but I got my reading
You
glasses
have your reading
on.
glasses on?
So I am prepared.
You're prepared?
Yes. Okay. This is a proclamation recognizes September 15th through October 15th. So it's a month-long period, but it's mid-month to mid-month, kind of different than the other heritage months. Part of that is because Mexican Independence Day is September 16th. Keep that in mind. Whereas Hispanic Heritage Month is observed annually from September 15th to October 15th, Americans celebrate National Hispanic Heritage Month by appreciating the community's history, heritage, and contributions of the ancestors of American citizens who came from Mexico, Spain, the Caribbean, South, and Central America. And whereas Hispanic Heritage Month originally started with 1 week of commemoration when it was first introduced by Congressman George E. Brown in June of the year 1968, with the Civil Rights Movement, the need to recognize the contributions of the Latin community gained traction in the 1960s. Awareness of the multicultural groups living in the United States was also gradually growing. And whereas Congressman Brown's aim was to recognize the integral roles of these communities in American history, observation of Hispanic Heritage Week started in 1968 under President Lyndon Baines Johnson. It was later extended to a 30-day period by President Ronald Reagan, starting on September 15th and ending on October 15th. It was enacted into law via approval of Public Law 100-402 on August 17, 1988. And whereas September 15th is set as the starting date for the month, as it is important for many reasons. It is the independence anniversary for Latin American countries of El Salvador, Guatemala, Costa Rica, Nicaragua, and Honduras. The independence days of Mexico and Chile fall on September 16th and September 18th, respectively. Dia de la Raza, or Columbus Day, also falls within this month, on October 12th. And whereas Latin Americans have been integral in the prosperity of the United States, their contributions to the nation are immeasurable, and they embody the best of American values. The Latin American community has left an indelible mark on the United States culture and economy. Whereas Latin Americans represent an array of distinct and vibrant cultures who enrich our communities in valuable ways, whether they trace their roots to America's earliest days or those who recently immigrated to the United States, carrying nothing but hope for a better life for them and their family. And whereas in sharing the dream of equity and boundless opportunity, Latinos have marched for social justice and led movements that have helped advance America's journey forward in a more perfect union, realizing the fundamental democratic ideals of our founding fathers. And whereas Latinos have enriched our culture, excelling in many fields, including education, business, science, technology, government, sports, and the arts, and more. Whereas as we celebrate National Hispanic Heritage Month, we are reminded of the contributions of the Hispanic heritage and culture and how it enhances the American experience and greatly contributes to our city's legacy of diversity. Now, therefore, the Mayor and City Council of Carson, California, do hereby proclaim September 15th through October 15th as Hispanic Heritage Month, and urge all residents, government officials, educators, and other institutions to recognize the many contributions that Latin Americans have made and continue to make to our city, state, and nation, as I mark this month with special ceremonies, activities, and programs, dated the 6th day of September, 2022. And thank you.
And Sylvia Cruz, is she here, Mr. City Manager?
Yeah. Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm looking. I don't.
Looks like she's on the video there.
There she is. She just popped up.
I'm here.
She's there,
I'm
Madam Mayor.
Sylvia.
Sylvia,
Hi,
can
good
you make
evening.
a few comments, Sylvia?
Well, I want to thank the mayor, Lula Davis Holmes, and all council for this great honor that you guys are providing to me and to the Hispanic community of the city of Carson. We are a very big community in the city, and we appreciate any and all recognition that we get from council. It's always an honor. We really, truly appreciate it.
Well, you've been here forever, and we just want to let you know. I mean, forever. You're one of the first people I met when I came to Carson.
Oh,
So,
I've been in the city of Carson since I was in the 4th grade.
oh my God, this
I
is
have
your
lived
city.
everywhere. This is my city. When I drive into the city, I'm home. No
Thank-
matter what angle I'm coming through.
Well, thank you for taking the time to come out and accept this proclamation. We really do appreciate you taking the time from your busy schedule.
Well, I appreciate all of you guys so much. I really do.
Thank
And
you.
the whole community does as well. Thank you.
Thank you. We will get that. Did you get a hard copy yet? We'll get it to you.
Not yet. Sparkle said she was going to send it out to me today.
Okay. All
Okay.
right. Thank you, Sylvia.
Thank you. Thank
Bye.
you. Bye-bye.
The next is proclamation recognizing Sickle Cell Awareness Month. Councilwoman, do you have that one in front of you?
Yes, I do. Thank you very much. Yes, September is Sickle Cell Awareness Month. And this is
Can't hear you. Okay.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, I'm trying to find out who's going to accept that for you.
Oh, yes. So I have, I believe he's on here. We have.
Excuse me, Councilwoman.
Yeah.
Madam Mayor, maybe Kevin Kennedy can turn the volume up because
Yes,
her voice is much lower than anybody else's voice on
I'm
this.
setting something up, Councilman and Mayor. I'm setting something up right now. I believe she switched her audio to something else, probably. Give me 1 second. I'll find.
Yeah, so Arlene, we really can't hear you.
Okay, while we're waiting for them to go upstairs, we can have Senator do his proclamation recognizing Prostate Awareness Month, and then we can come back to sickle cell. Is that okay, Kevin? Or where are you?
Sure. Am I still not loud enough?
Oh, now you're loud enough.
You're
good.
perfect. You're perfect.
Okay. Great. Thank you. It is on the screen. And yes, Sickle Cell Awareness Month is September, and it is to remind us all the continued treatment that we want to recognize. And so what I'm going to do is I will read the proclamation, and it says, whereas sickle cell disease, SCD, can be a life-threatening condition, and social, economic, cultural, and geographical barriers often limit access to comprehensive care. Whereas SCD is an inherited blood disorder which causes both physical and economic hardship, sometimes even death. And whereas sickle cell disease was first diagnosed in the United States over a century ago. And whereas, according to Center of Disease Control Statistics, SCD affects approximately 100,000 Americans. SCD occurs among about 1 out of every 365 Black or African American births. SCD occurs among about 1 out of every 16,300 Hispanic American births. About 1 in 13 Black or African American babies is born with sickle cell trait, SCT. And whereas treatment helps those with sickle cell disease live productive lives while scientific efforts continue to search for a cure. And whereas advances in patient advocacy, preventive screenings, as well as access to resources have increased the quality of life and life expectancy for people with sickle cell disease. And whereas implementation of services require close cooperation between agencies, healthcare providers, regional and community partners, and the State Laboratory of Public Health. And whereas efforts to support citizens affected by this disease necessitate steadfast support for research regarding the treatment, and management of this disease. And whereas U.S. Congress has designated September as National Sickle Cell Awareness Month to help focus attention on the need for research and treatment of sickle cell disease. Now, therefore, the mayor and the City Council of Carson, California, do hereby proclaim the month of September as Sickle Cell Awareness Month, encourage its citizens to learn about the disease, and assist in any way they can to continue the efforts in research for a cure, to increase research, treatment options, and provide access to care for people with sickle cell disease and sickle cell trait. So we have the first and oldest nonprofit organization who are certified sickle cell trait counseling center partnering with the California Department of Public Health. So I'm very honored that we have the senior community healthcare worker management for the oldest and first nonprofit organizational Sickle Cell Disease Foundation. Please welcome Anthony Wells. I believe he is, and there you are. Thank you so much, sir, for joining us. I know you have a story, and thank you for everything that you do. Thank you.
Well, I just want to say thank you all for having us. As you all know, sickle cell is a genetic inherited blood disorder, and there's a lot of work to do. And you know, the needs are there, even more apparent now more than ever. So while I'm here, I thought I might as well ask you guys, you know, some things. You know, I think it's important that we get into the schools and get to talk to kids early about knowing their trait status, right? So as they get older, and then, you know, we also are, we have a few events coming up. We have a barbecue event coming up in September. I think it's the 17th, and I think we have our holiday giving, which we provide food and presents to all of our families with sickle cell disease coming up in December. We always need help wrapping gifts. We always need a safe place where we can distribute our gifts to have families come by and make sure that they can get everything that they need. And then secondarily, I just want to say, you know, as somebody who went to Carnegie Middle School way back when, it's definitely an honor and a pleasure to be here. I think last time I did something similar, we were doing something for the Carson mayor race back in like 2004. So,
That's a while ago.
yeah. But
Anthony, that's when I got elected mayor, 2004.
That is when you got elected.
There we go.
No wonder you look familiar.
But no, we can always use any help that you all may have, any resources, any available facilities. And like I said, you know, we want to get that education out there. I'm one of the community health workers here that services the Los Angeles area. We also work down at Harbor UCLA with their pediatric center. We're getting ready to open an adult sickle cell clinic there. We have one that I work at that's in Martin Luther King Outpatient Center. But this community is grossly underserved. And anything would help, any effort. So that's all I have to say. But, you know, I truly do appreciate you guys recognizing sickle cell. And I'd be happy to come back and do any type of education with you guys. That way that you all will have a better understanding of what patients are going through.
Thank you.
Thank you. I have a request because I'm having a women's conference on the 21st
Okay.
of October at the community center. It's an all-day event, and if you could come out and pass out some literature and for awareness on sickle cell that ladies can give to their kids. It is it's something that's very prevalent in our for us in our culture. And Vonda, Shirley Graves' daughter, her daughter was a sickle cell, and by the grace of God, after testing everyone, and this young lady went through so much, I think about 2 years ago, they finally realized that her mother was a match. And so Vonda is, she's normally comes out and she's a recipient. We wanted to do something a little different this time. But Shirley Graves' granddaughter, she is a fighter, and to the grace of God, she is sickle cell free. She will have to get a transplant, but I do want you to come out. And then I'd like you to talk to our city manager, Dave Roberts, about us doing something, you know, where you can come out and educate.
Okay,
we can talk
absolutely.
about that. He'll let me know when you guys schedule that meeting, but it's something that we need to get the word out to people and educate them on it. So thank you so very much for coming out and being a recipient, receiving this recognition from the city of Carson. And
I got it right here.
you got it right there.
We'll get it to you. Thank you so much.
I definitely appreciate you all. And just a fun fact: our actual our MLK sickle cell clinic is actually, I think, named after your first mayor's son who passed away from sickle cell. It's the Jeffrey Smith.
Gil Smith's son. Yeah.
Yes.
Yes, I do realize that.
Yes.
Very good. Any other comments?
Nope, I thank you all for your time.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Thank you.
The next one is a proclamation recognizing Prostate Awareness Month. Councilman Hicks.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just want to make sure that the two recipients receiving the proclamation, Sanji Sendha, who is the Executive Director for Strategies and Business Development for Providence Little Company of Mary Medical Center, and Susan Gutterman Magdalene, who is a Manager in Physician Relations and Outreach Enterprise Growth and Innovation with the City of Hope. Are both of you guys here?
Yes.
Oh, okay. Good to see both of you guys. With that being said, the month of September is Prostate Cancer Awareness Month, and I know I'm talking to my men that are out there. We need to do better with our health, and one of the key components, if you're wearing any blue is the color for Prostate Cancer Awareness Month, and that on the 17th of September at Cal State University Dominguez Hills will be the second annual Prostate Cancer Awareness Walk, 5K walk, and just wanting to make sure we get as many of you young men to come out, older men, middle-aged men, all men to come out. And my ladies, if you have a loved one, your man in your life, talk to him. We always go through the women because the women seem to have that push to get the men to come out versus the men coming out on their own. So we want them to make sure we come out, show up, and be a part of the Men's Health Empowerment Summit that's going to be on the same day, along with the 5K prostate walk is going to be on the 17th of September. It starts at 8 o'clock to noon. With that being said, in recognition of September 2022 as Prostate Cancer Awareness Month, whereas prostate cancer is the most frequently diagnosed cancer in men and the second leading cause of cancer death in men, and whereas this year approximately 268,490 men will be diagnosed with prostate cancer in the United States along this year, and roughly 34,500 will die this year from the disease, which is one man every 15 minutes. Whereas 1 in 8 men are diagnosed with prostate cancer, African American men are at the highest risk of the disease with a rate of 1 in 7 men. African American men are 2.2 times more likely to die from the disease. And whereas education regarding prostate cancer and early detection strategies is critical to saving lives and preventing and protecting our families. Whereas early prostate cancer usually has no symptoms and studies suggest strong family predictability may be responsible for 5 to 10% of the disease and causes. Whereas late stage prostate cancer commonly spread to the bones, which can cause pain in the hips, spine, ribs, and other areas in the body. And whereas the 5-year survival rate approximately 100% when prostate cancer is diagnosed and treated early, but drops to 31% when it spreads to the other parts of the body. And whereas the rapid reduction in prostate cancer morbidity is attributed to the early detection through PSA testing and advancing treatment. And whereas the American Cancer Society recognizes that men should have an opportunity to make an informed decision about whether to be tested for prostate cancer based upon their personal values and preferences. Whereas the City of Carson joins communities across our nation to increase the awareness about the importance of men to make an informed decision with their health care providers about early detection and testing for prostate cancer. Now, therefore, the Mayor and City Council of Carson, California, do hereby proclaim September as Prostate Cancer Awareness Month and call upon citizens of Carson to observe this month of September with appropriate ceremonies, programs, and activities. Dated today, the 6th day of September 2022, attested by our City Clerk, Dr. Clea Bradshaw, and is signed by the entire City Council. And the recipients would like from Providence Little Company and Mary, along with City of Hope. Would you like to say a few words?
Thank you, Councilman Hicks. I'll just share a few quick words on behalf of Little Company Mary and our partner, City of Hope, and open up for Suzanne as well. Thank you again for this honor and for us being able to be a part of this and being part of the community. City of Hope and Little Company of Mary, we've been partners for over 3 years, and we operate a fantastic state-of-the-art cancer center right on Torrance Boulevard, just a few blocks from our hospital. It's over 25,000 square feet of space for both medical, surgical, radiation oncology, with over 10 physicians that are all board certified and specialists in the field. And we thank you for the honor, and thank you for giving us an opportunity to partner with the City of Carson in that upcoming walk where we can continue to raise that awareness.
Thank you. Susan?
Hi, everyone. I'm Suzanne Madigan with City of Hope. Yes, I'm just going to reiterate everything that was just said. Pretty much we're honored to be here and accept this proclamation on behalf of City of Hope. We are a multi-specialty cancer treatment center providing world-class cancer care right in South Bay community. So it's really important to us to spread the word that you don't have to go far to get world-class care. By partnering with Providence, we're able to bring the services that you need into your community with medical oncology, surgical oncology, radiation oncology, infusion, chemotherapy, genetic cancer risk assessment, and clinical trials. With our partnership with Little Company of Mary, we are excited to sponsor the event to help raise funds and awareness for prostate cancer and to be able to provide the comprehensive care right in the community for you. And I was going to read a bunch of statistics, but you already did that. So thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Any comments further on this item?
I was going to say thank you very much, Councilman Hicks, for bringing awareness. I know that they say there's a certain age for a prostate exam, but in communities of color, that age is significantly different. I just had my prostate exam. I'm at the young, tender age of 42, but I wanted to have that exam because I know that in communities of color, we should go significantly earlier than some statistics suggest. So I'm grateful that you are bringing light to this dreadful, but if it's caught early enough,
yes,
we can breed prostate cancer. So thank you so much for shedding light on this, and thank you for your walk that you're doing to bring awareness. And thank you to the partners who got on today. Thank you.
Yes. Both have come on board. They became title sponsors for the walk. So we are having a great partnership moving forward to making sure we spread the word and educate about the prevention of prostate cancer.
Councilman Hicks, I'll plan to be there. It is my birthday, September 17th, but going on a walk and burning calories is always a good idea.
Yeah, before you get on the cake.
You're right, before I get the cake. Exactly. Yeah, so great, thanks for organizing that. Great idea. And, we always want to encourage men to, pay attention and take care of their health. You have a lot of loved ones that want you to stay healthy. So that's why this walkathon is important, why the proclamation is important. And the testing nowadays make it a lot easier to get the information you need. So
yeah,
I want to encourage every man, not just 42-year-olds like Councilman Hilton, but any man in middle age or older should be tested. Thank you.
Thank you. And also, not just the men to come out and walk on the 17th. I'm looking for my ladies to come out as well and support. We need to get this holistically, the entire family involved with this coming out, bring out the kids, everyone to come out and walk, because we need to start getting a rallying around this because it's preventable and we need to let people know it's preventable. And all you have to do is take a blood test for a PSA test, and you can get that information rapidly. I know many men don't want to go the old digital way that we used to do it at some time. They get kind of afraid of that process. There's other alternatives that's available to you. So let's get healthy.
Councilman, is there an opportunity at the walkathon to register for a blood test, or will there be any blood tests on site or anything in that order?
No, there won't be any blood tests on site, but you will be able to register to make an appointment with your doctor or with a physician. We will have several clinics that are out there to assist you to making sure that happens.
Will they be at the walkathon?
Yes, they will. Yes, we will have over 20 different medical providers at this walkathon to assist during this process.
Okay, so there's another reason for men in Carson and their families to show up at this walkathon.
Yes.
Okay. Well, thank you again.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you, Councilman Hicks.
Thank you. Looking forward to seeing you out there.
Again.
The next is all communications from matters listed on the agenda. Madam City Clerk, any oral communications for agendized items?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. We did not receive any in writing today or in the days prior. We do have one person waiting in the meeting, in the waiting room.
Okay.
So I can admit them in at this time.
Thank you.
Now, Madam Clerk and Madam Mayor, before you do that, the Vector Control District wants to do a presentation in the next council meeting, Madam Mayor.
Sounds good.
There apparently is the first West Nile virus death that's taken place, yes. So they really want to do a presentation at the next council meeting, if we can arrange that through the city manager.
Yeah, we'll put it on when we get to the end of it. We'll just add.
All right. Yeah, I'll bring it up again at the end of the meeting tonight.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. One moment, Madam Mayor. Caller whose phone number ends in 7506, you've been added to the live council meeting. Please unmute yourself and state the nature of your call. Caller ending in 7506, you're in the live meeting.
Okay, my name is Tony Senior.
Hi,
I'm
sir,
speaking.
are you here to speak on an agenda item?
Yes, agenda number 35, agenda item number 35.
Okay, Mr. Senior, you have 3 minutes.
Am I speaking now?
Yes, please.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry. Okay, my name is Tony Senior. I'm speaking to agenda item number 35, and that is the Parks and Recs Master Plan. And I'm speaking specifically to one component of that, which is pickleball, the fastest growing sport in America. I am a 35-year Carson resident. I'm retired LAFD captain of 38 years. USA Pickleball is the governing authority for everything that has to do with pickleball. I am the official Carson ambassador. I'm also a certified instructor and a youth program provider. I've played pickleball in nine different states and 2 different countries outside of the U.S. In 2021, Carson had no pickleball courts. We all had to, typically we had to go play elsewhere. In the hope of developing courts in Carson, I started a Carson pickleball group on Facebook. And then subsequent to that, I was asked to do a presentation to the commission on the value of pickleball. I was connected with Mac Jordan, who was a sports coordinator. I surveyed all the city parks that had tennis courts, and Hemingway Park was selected as the best place for pickleball because it's near the 91 freeway. It's got lights, bathrooms, and noise would not be an issue because the distance of the homes are pretty far from the courts themselves. And one of the biggest things is there aren't any real tennis players that frequent that park. I spoke to many tennis players that live in the Carson area, and basically I was informed that that's how it is. Tennis players just don't go to Hemingway. The courts are underutilized and undermaintained, and they're in a horrible condition. On January 22nd, we decided to have a pickleball introduction. We taped 8 courts on the 2 tennis courts. I had 130 people to visit on that introduction. We had 2 council members, the Honorable Mayor Pro Tem Hilton, Councilman Jim Deere. I had a couple of commissioners. We had a lot of people, and it was a great thing. Since that time, the tape lines have remained, and we have multiple group play days generating between 150 to 200 visits a week. Pickleball is life-changing for many people in our community post-pandemic, and it's not just for seniors. The mental, physical, and social improvements are immeasurable. Young people are taking it on by storm, too. The number one female and the number one male in the world, the female is 16 and the male is 25. The Carson High School principal has come over and taken lessons from us, and she's thinking about putting down the lines at the school. The Daily Breeze and the Today Show recently highlighted the sport, but one of the big factors that always comes out is there's a high demand but then a low supply of courts. Pickleball has been identified as a highly requested item on the master plan. I see this as a great opportunity for Carson to take the lead in the pickleball movement and become the crown jewel of the South Bay. I submitted some photos to the city clerk today. Hopefully you can see it. And those photos are of a 2 tennis court conversion. What was that?
Yes,
2 tennis court conversion. Oh, okay. Those photos are of a 2 tennis court conversion into 8 pickleball courts.
Madam Mayor, that's 3 minutes.
Okay. To the caller, I think we've been discussing this, and MPT has expressed an interest to do something at Hemingway Park. And I know have you been in contact with the director? Oops. Did I go?
With the
with the director of Parks and Rec and also our assistant city manager, Robert Lennox.
No, I have not.
Yeah, they will be contacting you because I did read that report, and it did have Hemingway, everything that you said, it's in the report. So,
Madam Mayor, if I could just jump in, I know Mr. Whitaker's on, and I believe there might have been some miscommunication because they actually have spoken.
Okay.
Mr. Whitaker, if you want to go ahead and kind of just speak to that.
Yes, I actually met Mr. Tony Sr. I went down to Hemingway Park myself. I guess he doesn't remember. We met when they were playing on one day. There were all ages, young kids. There were adults. There were seniors. It was a really great day to see all of that at Hemingway Park. But pickleball is fast growing. I will say that it's been around for a very long time. As a director, we used to play with the kids over at Anderson Park 25 years ago. So it's definitely something that has been around for a very long time. And I think it's an outstanding sport. And we're definitely open to making the best possible tournaments or leagues that we can provide for the city, especially because the interest is so high with our Carson residents.
So MPT?
Yes, I think that the concern was, and I talked with Tony Sr. this morning, the concern was to have a dedicated pickleball court opposed to just covering it up and using it temporary as tennis, because those fields aren't being used. I remember the last time that we gave direction, I'm not sure, Mike, that you were the leader at the moment, but the last time we got direction, we were supposed to have a community meeting with that park in order to convert all of those courts to pickleball courts, but we wanted to run it through the community first. So this council supported it. I don't know that meeting has taken place, but we need to get that meeting taking place. And I think that when Tony Sr. read the staff report tonight, those were his concerns. As we talked earlier, I encouraged him to send in the pictures so we can get a snapshot of what is going on. So I know that we are on it and this council supports it. So let's just figure out, Robert, he came on screen, so he has something to say.
Well, MPT, before he goes, we can add that to our agenda when we circle back for the town hall meeting.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, because we're going to have a good turnout.
Yes, ma'am.
Robert?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Mayor, Council. Just to add that the master plan report that you will hear as part of item 35 will address some of this, provide some recommendations about how to move forward. So just remember that the master plan process was a series of community engagement meetings where this sport, as well as many other recreational opportunities, were addressed and recommended by the community. So those meetings did occur, and the consultant that is here tonight will address those at item 35, so you can get a little more information.
Okay, great. Thank you. So you will be hearing from our staff, and when we schedule the meeting, the community meeting at Hemingway Park, it will be on the agenda.
Okay. Mike Whitaker. Mike Whitaker.
Uh-huh.
Oh, am I gone? Oh, I'm sorry. I do remember when when Mr. Whitaker came to the park. I thought you were asking me if I was in contact with Mr. Lennox.
Oh, no. Okay, we're good.
Okay.
Thank
Yeah,
you.
no, I remember Mike coming.
Okay.
Thank you.
Madam Mayor?
Yes.
I'm sorry. I need to correct the report out of closed session on one of the closed session items, if that's okay.
Yes.
Sorry. So on one of the items in item number 3, where the closed session was held pursuant to 54956.9 D2 or D3 and E1, because there is a significant exposure to litigation in 3 cases. On one of them, there was actually reportable action. A settlement was reached. A copy of the settlement agreement will be available in the city clerk's office for inspection by the public if anybody is interested. And it was in the matter of City of Carson having a claim against Convergent. So sorry, I had to correct that. I apologize.
Thank you. Okay. Madam City Clerk, any more oral communications?
No, Madam Mayor.
Okay, thank you. Item number 14 is approval of the June 8th, 2022 City Council Successor Agency Housing Authority regular meeting minutes.
Motion to approve.
And
Second.
all in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye. Non-controversial.
Report the vote, Madam City Clerk.
Unanimous, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Consent
Madam-
item. Yes.
Madam Mayor, I'm sorry, apologies. Before you go to your consent calendar, request that we can actually take item 22 and push that into the next council meeting, please.
Item number 22.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, all approval of the consent calendar with the exception of item 22, which will be taken up at a future meeting,
So moved.
next meeting.
Second.
It's been moved and properly second. Would anyone like to pull an item? Okay, for me, I want us to pull 21 and 26 for a quick report. 21 and 26. And so we're going to approve everything but items number 22, 21, and 26. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye.
Item number 22 is continued until the next meeting. Item number 21 is the update on the South Coast Air Quality Management District emissions. Mr. City Manager, our residents need to know this.
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. So this is regards to for item 21. Thank you for actually pulling that. So this is action in an item that we received earlier this a couple weeks ago. And if I may read the summary in regards to this. So this item is being introduced by the Madam Mayor and transmits informational update on the voluntary shutdown of Parter Medical Products Incorporated in the city of Carson on August 21st, 2022. Parter conducts sterilization services for medical device manufacturers using a gas called ethylene oxide. On July 29, 2022, the South Coast Air Quality Management District, AQMD, issued a notice of violation of Parter for public nuisance in violation of Agency Rule 402 and California Health and Safety Code 41700. This violation was based on emissions detected through air monitoring efforts outside of the facility. Parter voluntarily shut down its operations until additional air pollution controls can be implemented, including the modifications and upgrades to air pollution control equipment and temporary enclosures. The facility has initiated the permitting process for the upgrades, and South Coast AQMD will review and approve those applications as quickly as possible. Parter has indicated that their equipment will remain shut down until additional air pollution controls can be implemented, including the modifications and upgrades to their air pollution control equipment and temporary enclosures. And this concludes my report, Madam Mayor.
Yeah, I wanted to let our residents know that we are on top of this. NPT that is in your district to the city manager, we sent letters out to the schools notifying them, so I'd like to send a letter to those parents and the residents saying, hey, this is what's going on, so they can get some update on this as to where we are right now.
Perfect, Madam Mayor. We sent a press release out also, just as a FYI, and we also have that listed on our city's website. But we will be happy to also distribute to the parents as well as we've already done to the schools.
Okay.
Will do.
Okay. And MPT will post it, e-blast or whatever he does.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Mayor. We have already e-blasted it out to the community and shared that we're readily on top of it. So I definitely appreciate you for pulling it. It was my intention to pull it tonight as well.
Okay, item number 26. Oh, this is a receive and file on this item, so we'll move staff's recommendation with the report we just made. So it's just a receive and file. We don't need to vote on that, do we? Vote on it. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Need a wait second.
Second.
Yes,
he made a motion. It wasn't second, so I'll second.
Second it.
Okay. I seconded the motion, Cedric. I did. You didn't hear it, but I did.
Oh, okay.
The MOC heard it.
Thank you. I thought I did, but you know, she has hearing problems.
City Clerk, do you have that?
Moved by MOC, seconded by Councilman Deere.
Thank you.
Okay.
All in favor?
Again?
Again? I want to make sure. Aye.
Aye again.
Report the vote, Madam City Clerk.
It's unanimous, Madam Mayor.
This item number 26, I just want a brief report on that one also. It's a receive and file, but I think this is something we need to discuss quickly. Mr. City Manager.
Sure. Thank you, Madam Mayor. I can provide a brief update, but I've got our Director of Community Development and Society Nase, so he'll give you a brief quickly.
Yes, thank you, Mr. City Manager. Madam Mayor, members of the City Council, this item is an update to the December 7th, 2001 Council agenda item. At that time, the Council authorized submittal of a grant program to HCD, which is the Permanent Local Housing Allocation Program, or PLHA. The Council also authorized City Manager to execute all documents as approved to form by the City Attorney. On April 21st, 2022, City was notified that we've been awarded a grant in the amount of $1,059,349 for the combined years of 2019 and 2020. On August 3rd, 2022, HCD provided a grant agreement in connection with the said award. City Manager has signed the agreement as previously authorized within the timelines provided by HCD. This is just a formality to request City Council to ratify the agreement and receive and file the same.
Okay, just a quick report. I'm going to approve, my recommendation is approve staff's recommendation. Thank you for the quick, dirty report. That's my motion.
Second.
It's been moved and probably second. You guys are a mess. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Okay, the next one is our...
That's all the consent calendar is over.
Yeah,
now.
I'm on the special orders of the day, but we have a discussion item. I know the young man is here. We can take up that one now, and then I'll come back to item number 34. We'll take up item number 35. Is it 35?
For the master plan, Madam Mayor?
Yes.
Yes, ma'am. Item 35.
We'll take up item 35, and then I'll go back to 34.
Okay, thank you, Madam Mayor and City Council. Before you, we have our city's Parks, Recreation, and Community Services Master Plan. Assistant City Manager Robert Lennox, as well as our Community Services and Park and Rec Director Michael Whitaker, will be providing a brief summary along with RJM Design Group.
Thank you, City Manager David Robertson. This has been a labor of love and something that both Michael and I have tackled together along with the Community Services team and consultant RGM Design Group. This is one I think both Michael and I wanted to co-present before inviting the consultant to give you the summary, because it does sort of bridge both of our directorships here in the city, and something that we hold near and dear to our hearts as a roadmap for the future of Carson Parks programs and services for the community. So if you rewind about 9 months ago, Council did approve a contract with RGM Design Group to conduct a comprehensive citywide park master plan program to look at the programs and services, as well as a number of things like deferred maintenance, capital improvement, and acreages for the City of Carson residents. So with that, Mike, I will hand it over to you, and you can introduce the consultant and provide any additional presentation before they jump on and give the overview of the report.
Sure. Hello, City Council. This was like Robert said, it definitely was a labor of love. RJM did an outstanding job in meeting with our residents from the City of Carson. We provided many workshops around the City of Carson at some of our facilities, as well as the community center. We tried to reach out to different parts of the community in regards to getting the additional information that's necessary. This is extremely important to the future of the City of Carson and our succession plan in regards to parks and recreation, and how we'll be able to utilize our facilities and keep them current with new trends that are going on in the industry in other cities, and hopefully in our cities as well. This information will also assist us in getting the data that's necessary in regards to procuring grants for the City of Carson, for our recreation department, and definitely make our facilities, our infrastructure of our facilities much better. And so I just want to say that Mr. Zachary Muting from RJM was very, very easy to work with. He provided all the information, and we really want to thank him for doing such an exceptional job, as you'll see in the presentation in regards to the City of Carson. So without further ado, I definitely want to introduce Mr. Zachary Muting from RJM, and Zach, take it away.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it. I appreciate the introduction. Madam Mayor and City Council members, thank you very much. It's an honor to come present the master plan report to you tonight. As Robert had said, it has been a labor of love. It's not just myself, it was the entire city staff who worked on this. There was a lot of staff on our end and specialty consultants who put this document together for almost a year-long process now. But it was a pleasure to meet with the community and everybody else throughout this process. I'm going to share my screen and give you a brief overview of the presentation. You should be able to see my screen now with the slide up. All right, so as we go through this, Robert had mentioned that this document is really designed to be a guide and implementation tool for the management and development of parks and recreation facilities and programs. The most important part is that it was identified through local community needs. We worked with the local Carson community to develop all the recommendations on this. So it's not a combination of professional analysis, but also a lot of boots on the ground, talking with people, doing multiple surveys, and getting out into the community to really hear what the community is looking for. This document is designed to be flexible and should be reviewed and evaluated every 5 years as the city responds to growth, as well as potential unforeseen opportunities and constraints in the future. Now, we mentioned just over a year long, the process went through a number of stages: an inventory of the existing conditions, a strong community outreach and engagement, a needs analysis portion, as well as recommendations, and then ultimately funding and implementation recommendations. We began by looking at the demographics. This isn't the entire element of review for the population. This is just one component of it. Understanding the age profiles helps with assessing the recreation patterns that might exist within the community. Senior population of just over 93,000, we see some of the largest age groups of members between the ages of 35 to 64, coming in around 39% of the community population total. We also see some interesting trends here as the relationship to county demographics. Carson youth are less than the county average. Carson seniors are above the county average in terms of population, making Carson, again, very unique, which is why we wanted to hear from the community to identify local community standards. Overall, Carson has 16 parks, totaling 119 acres across a 19.2 square mile city. Based on the 2021 population of just over 93,000, the city has a 1.28 acre per thousand population ratio. Now, the 2004 general plan goal states a 4 acres per 1,000 goal to achieve. In order to achieve this, we're going to need another 253 acres of parkland as we continue to grow as a city and to meet the needs of the community. As I mentioned, going out to the community is one of the most critical aspects of this process. In order to reach out to as much of the community as possible, we conducted stakeholder interviews. We conducted sports organization questionnaires, community workshops across the city and multiple times in multiple areas. We also conducted a statistically valid, randomly selected resident telephone survey, which gives us a statistic snapshot of the entire community. This was also done geographically to make sure we got residents all across the city. And then lastly, we had a project website, a dedicated website that is still live and has been live the entire time throughout the project, where residents at any point in time can go online and share direct feedback with us, the project team. They can also see what has transpired throughout that entire timeline over the last almost year process that we've gone through. Anytime we received information, we collected surveys, we turned that back around and put it online. So residents could create a two-way dialogue with us, share information, as well as receive information on that project website. Overall, we had great numbers of those turnouts. 10 stakeholder interviews, over almost 4,000 website views, 115 feedback surveys, 7 sports organizations, and when we look into it, the number of players in there was above 4,600 players. Out of 3 workshops, you can see we ranged from 100 surveys to 350 surveys. And then a multimodal survey, statistically valid, 400 completed surveys representing over 1,400 residents. Just the direct data points comes around to 5,000. When we look at the representative sample of it, we reach almost 11,000 data points of people weighing in on the Park and Recreation Master Plan throughout this process. It's not enough just to know the numbers, but we also look at the distribution, the geographic distribution. And these maps are just representative samples of the areas that we looked at, broken down by the voting districts. And what we see here is we have community members from all across the community geographically distributed throughout the city of Carson. I'd like to share just a little bit of the feedback that we collected during this process. What we heard during the multimodal survey is that 60% of the information received by participants is they get their online information through online Google searches, also from the city website. This indicates a high percentage of online activity, and that can be applied to future program notifications and announcements. 45% of the participants utilize recreation facilities at least once a month. 87% of residents are satisfied with the facilities availability in Carson. 33% participate in programs at least once a month. When we conducted the workshops, we asked a series of questions. As we developed the workshops, we changed the questions based on the information we heard to solicit additional information. Workshop number 1, we started with what were the community characteristics that made Carson a great place to live, work, and play? What were some of the issues or trends that may negatively impact those characteristics? And how can Parks and Recreation Department play a role in improving those issues and trends to support the community characteristics? What we heard largely through this workshop process was some of those community characteristics, the desirable elements, were parks, the community itself, open space areas, safety, freeway access. Issues that might be impacting those community characteristics includes homeless, maintenance, crime, elements that become perceived to be unsafe. And then when we asked the question, what can parks do to support the community characteristics? We heard improve maintenance, park security, safety, enforce the rules, as well as community engagement. Going back to the community, in workshop number 2, we asked what was the most visited park. We also asked, what do you do when you visit this park most often? This gives us an insight into where people are recreating and what they're doing when they're recreating there. We look at some of the most visited parks as Hemingway's, Stevenson, and Dominguez as being those most visited. Also, organized and self-led activities were very high for people who visited those parks. Again, at that second workshop, we asked what park feature or recreation facility community members would like to add. And what we heard throughout the workshop process here is pickleball courts, dog areas, playgrounds are some of the top most requested amenities. We also heard other amenities such as gyms, indoor recreation areas, pools, amenities with workout elements that were identified. Going through this process, we also asked what program, class, or activity community members would like to see added or improved. When we solicited this information, again, we heard some of the top responses as pickleball classes, tournaments, fitness classes, and aquatics. We start to hear some of these common threads now. Pickleball, indoor areas such as gymnasiums, and aquatic elements. Mentions of maintenance and safety start to come to the surface here that we hear over and over. These are the common threads that I look for. As we continue to go throughout our community outreach, those common threads identify a commonality amongst all of the people participating across the community. And those we see start to float to the surface here. In workshop number 3, we asked participants, we shared back all the information, we asked participants to prioritize the park feature or recreation facility. And what we heard through this process was dog parks, lighting tied to safety and security, indoor recreation such as gyms, upgrades and maintenance at park facilities were some of the top most reported items. Again, those common threads start to come into light here again, improving facilities, maintenance, security. In workshop number 3, we asked participants to prioritize programs, classes, or activities. And what we heard, some of the common elements, the top ones here, were pools, aquatic program mentions, gymnasium mentions such as basketball, boxing, after-school programs, all within that kind of indoor gym space. So we see a commonality starting to form. What we do in order to identify these commonalities that come up most often is we look at it in 3 different ways, from the small group, the stakeholder interviews, the public community workshops, the feedback comments, as well as the statistically valid survey. And we list everything we had heard in this chart, and then we identify the elements that came up the most. And here we have items identified as frequent at the top most. Those are items that came up in every outreach mode, such as arts and crafts, senior activities and programs, social service programs, sports programs. We also listed the apparent items here. Those are items that came up within 2 of those outreach modes, such as community events, team programs, after-school programs, basketball programs, boxing programs, pickleball, and aquatic programs. Again, very similar items there that we've heard throughout this presentation. We compared all of the information for the facility needs as well when we went through this. And those top items are, again, with the frequent, that came up in each of those elements, such as dog parks, gymnasiums, park improvements, upgrades, pickleball. Apparent needs were identified as lighting, maintenance, security, swimming pools, trails. All these were in line with those, again, those common threads. As we went through our analysis, we looked at all the different elements, we came up with key strategies and recommendations based on those frequent apparent needs to continue the growth of parks and recreation within the city of Carson. That first key strategy is to preserve and enhance sports facilities. Expanded sports programs and facilities, such as develop an additional gymnasium that can house basketball. Currently, there's a 2-court deficit within the city based on our research. Future, potential 5-court deficit. Expandable play hours, such as increasing security with additional lights at facilities, as well as developing pickleball courts. I will take just a second here and refer back to Mr. Reed's presentation earlier this evening, and I will say there are also turf removal recommendations within our master plan proposal here as well too, looking at what I call non-functional turf. You have passive turf and active turf, but throughout our park system, we can also make sure we look at some of those areas when we're judicious with our maintenance and elements that can preserve some of those turf components, but also eliminate the non-functional turf elements. You can see here some of those images that we see of the sports facilities, those indoor facilities, the basketball facilities in there, some of those elements that the community is asking for to be expanded or maintained or improved. Key strategy number 2 deals with strengthening community identity through facility modernization. After reviewing all the parks and facilities, touring all the facilities, we find that they're in a mode 3 to mode 4 in our PA standard level of care. Now, currently, as we look through all the information collected, there's $65 million needed for park improvements as identified in the 2021-2026 CIP project. The master plan, the document you have before you, identifies an additional 18 million in new facilities. As we go through that, I want to also refer back to the additional 253 acres of needed parkland to continue to meet that general plan goal of 4 acres per 1,000 residents. There's an additional dollar amount tied to that. That's okay. There are funding recommendations as well in this document too on how we can begin to chip away at some of those numbers. In order to begin to tackle some of those elements, is we want to make sure that we review the maintenance elements. And this is something we heard consistently throughout the project, is looking at some of the most basic maintenance standards and practices, reviewing different elements of level of maintenance care, routine preventative maintenance schedule programs, work management, asset lifecycle management, as well as performance management. In the last 25 years of my career, some of the easiest things to tackle this really start to play into having a parks property compliance checklist. This is a simple 2-page checklist that can be done every 2 months or quarterly throughout the year, and is typically done by park staff. They go through parks and they identify the deficiencies such as cracked concrete, broken picnic tables, torn rubber surfacing, and it tracks all these maintenance elements so that way we can have a history as well as a target list to begin to repair these items. This will go a long way into beginning to tackle some of those elements and really supporting what the community is asking for. Key strategy number 3 is foster healthy living through providing outdoor recreation opportunities. And you can see here, identifying some of those elements such as fitness classes, swimming pool improvements, aquatic programs, trails, as well as a dog park, continuing to get the community outside and promote healthy lifestyles. Key strategy number 4 deals with providing diverse recreation programs for all ages and abilities. As we went through, we heard several different program mentions, and some of those programs we want to make sure are paired with those marketing efforts where we started to find out where the community is, such as 60% found information through the city's website, 60% found information through online searches, 18% found information through parks and recreation programs at the city's website. But I also want to notice here that 16% of the community got information from City Hall. We received over 438 paper surveys during this process. That's a significant amount, which shows it's not just enough to post it online, but we should also have those paper surveys back in our community centers to make sure that the community is getting that information as well too. We see that as a strong component within the city of Carson. And as we promote programs, some of the programs listed here do exist within the community, but making sure we get the word out to residents so that way they can take part of those programs as well too. And that was one of the strongest elements of that community is its people. And within the city of Carson, they came out in force, which was great to see everybody. It was great to get their community voices involved during the process and really put forth the recommendations that we have within this document. I appreciate your time. Hopefully I didn't go too long. I'm happy to take any questions you may have.
Questions from my colleagues?
Madam Mayor.
Yes.
Thank you for this comprehensive report. Certainly appreciate it. And again, we see the overwhelming response for the pickleball. I don't know that community meetings have been done. The community surveys have been done. I would like to see if this is an opportunity where we can move forward, making Hemingway a designated pickleball court, because I think that the community has spoken. I've seen it in action. We don't need to kind of delay it. We need to kind of try to put it on the path as Carson is becoming this major destination city. It's particularly in District 1 alone, there's $4 billion worth of assets being built. And we want to be able to accommodate those people who are coming to our community as well as our community members as well. So I would like to see if we can institute or we can push this forward for our pickleball courts to be designated at Hemingway Park.
Is there, Madam City Attorney, can we make that recommendation tonight under this item? Sunny?
Sorry about that. I was trying to get off mute. You can make the recommendation since you're not taking any formal action. The recommendation is fine.
Okay.
And staff can look into it and bring back something properly agendized.
Okay.
And, Madam Mayor, I'd like to say I concur with the MPT. And I really like the idea of football becoming more and more popular nationwide, and Carson becoming a center and a leader in this field. So I think it's a comprehensive report. I attended some of the community meetings, various parks, Stevenson Park and others. And so a very thorough job by our JM company.
So the recommendation is to move forward with designating Hemingway Park as the pickleball site and for staff.
No, to bring an item back.
Yes, to bring an item back at the next council meeting to support MPT's recommendation.
Yeah, Sonny, just help me if I'm, and staff can help me if I'm wrong. I think we had already approved that, to do that. So this is kind of like the action to say, like Nike, just do it. I think we already approved it.
MPT, the last meeting we said we were going to meet with the community, and this is that.
Okay. Well,
yeah, before we did. So this, we don't have to add it to the agenda because we said we're going to take it to the community instead of just saying this is what's going to happen. The community has spoken, so in 2 weeks, the staff should bring back a recommendation to support your request.
Thank you so much, Madam Mayor.
It'll be September 20th, right?
Yes, the very next council meeting, City Manager.
Yes, and Madam Mayor, I think to that point especially, we intend to bring back something that will identify a multi-court striping option. I think we already have some court resurfacing contracts through Public Works that we can modify to ensure pickleballs is prominent in that striping program. So that way Hemingway can become a focal point for pickleball activities.
Okay.
Madam Mayor, I do have another question for Mr. Lennox. So we want to be sure that the courts are in excellent condition before we stripe it for pickleball. So is there any delay that we should know about that might be existing on Hemingway Park or any other park for that matter?
Well, to be completely transparent, Councilmember Deere, many of our courts in the city have some disrepair, some deferred maintenance, cracks.
We've noticed that, yeah.
Yeah, absolutely.
I'm amazed.
Yes, and I think that the contracts we have currently through Public Works are to do resurfacing. So that might be grinding and then a sort of a slurry overlay with new striping on top of that. So it's comprehensive. It's not just to stripe it and be done. We have some underlying issues with the courts that need to be addressed as part of those contracts.
Well,
very good. That answers my question. Thank you.
In your recommendation that's coming forward to us, and I know I'd like you to prioritize them, but those rubberized surfaces, I have never seen our parks look like that. And we need to come up with a plan of action now, not next week, to address those rubberized surfaces. To see something like that at Veterans Park, I'm just wondering who's on first and who's on second. That has never happened in the city. Never. Because we usually go out and pass or do whatever. So I think you need to address those because those are they bring about other issues too. So I know you're going to be bringing back a recommendation. I did read this in report front to back. And I'd also mentioned to you that and I'd like that added along with the councilman's request. Mills Park is deplorable. And it needs some immediate inside attention. The skylight is leaking and the towel is cracked. I'm saying, is this the city of Carson? So I know you're going to bring back a list of things, but I would like those two at the top of the list because I walked them. But the rubberized surfacing for the playground equipment, our basketball, wherever that's that rubberized surfacing, for us to have a $68 million deficit. We're back where we were. I think Councilman Deere, you was on the council when we had to do that 7 park improvement project because of
Right.
7 parks where the maintenance was deferred.
Right, deferred maintenance. And Madam Mayor, your points are excellent. This is an example of there are consequences to actions and there are consequences to inaction.
Thank you.
So this is deferred maintenance that took place before you became mayor. And the few years before you were mayor is when the city went into a state of not maintaining.
Whatever.
Yeah. And look at the consequences of not having annual maintenance. This is an example of it. So thank goodness we're addressing it now.
We have to address it now. I want to thank the staff of this comprehensive report, but to the staff and to the city manager, things that we need to correct for safety reasons, that the rubberized surfacing, the pickleball, Mills Park, let's stop waiting. I know Carriage Crest Park is on. We've approved the Cadillac of that. It's laying around somewhere. The assemblyman gave us, what, $14, $15 million? It's still laying around. I'm not used to projects taking this long to implement when we have the money. And so what I'm saying is, whatever it takes to expedite this, but the rubberized surfacing, Mills Park, pickleball, those are top priority for me and I think this council, if I'm hearing correctly, because to walk out and see holes in our rubberized surfacing and our tennis court and our tables filthy, who's on first and who's on second?
Right, good point. Even Carson Park.
Yes, the new park.
It's amazing. And then at Focia Park, the picnic area that's sheltered, the center panel is completely gone. It's dry rot in the wood, and it's been taken down because it's a hazard. It could have fallen on someone's head. So
we have money. We have money to correct Focia
right.
Park.
So we shouldn't just complain about it. We should do something about it.
We need to do something about it. So I just want to say thank you. Yes.
Madam Mayor, sorry. So I went back and looked at the staff report right now, and because it says take alternative action as the council deems appropriate, if in making a motion to adopt the resolution of the city council adopting the Parks and Rec Services Master Plan, somebody just makes a friendly amendment to address the pickleball issue, staff can just revise it in the plan.
Well, pickleball and everything else I said, revise it to address those concerns. Pickleball, rubberized surface and maintenance.
Well, then they have, okay, if it's gonna go beyond all of that, then the general, it should come back with all of those revisions redlined so the council can make sure it's been done.
Okay, let's look at pickleball now.
Yeah, Madam Mayor, I agree. I think that what the city attorney just said to us was there is something we can do action-wise.
Yes.
And if the MPT wants to make a motion, I will second his motion.
Yes.
And then the other part that we can't take action on, bring that back.
Bring it back in order that we requested.
Yes.
But we can do something tonight, Elise.
Yes.
Is that right, Sonny?
Well, okay, so I'm confusing everybody. If you want to make a motion that the general plan is adopted in a way that includes the pickleball at the park, you can do that. And so you're amending the general plan to include that in it.
Okay.
So I thought that's a simple enough change that the council can make the motion tonight and the consultants and staff can just include it in the version that gets released. But if it's gonna have a lot of different—
No, we'll do the pickleball.
Then we have to bring back the clean document again and adopt it.
Okay, my motion is what the city attorney just said, and it's been seconded by—
So your motion is to, you're not adopting the resolution. That's what I'm understanding. You want staff to go back and clean all the items you talked about in your Parks, Rec, and Services Master Plan and bring back a revised master plan.
That's for that, that's for that. But we wanted to address the pickleball tonight.
So you can say, and there's an amendment. Well, I mean, the pickleball, you can't do it separately. You could do it as part. If you were adopting the master plan, you could have just addressed it in that. So sorry, I confused everybody.
You did.
I was trying to be helpful. Sometimes
we'll leave it back, bring it back next week.
Madam Mayor.
Yes.
You talked about some things at Mills Park. My concern It's not just the rubberized surfacing, it's the actual equipment, the playground equipment at these parks that need to be readdressed. Our slides, our swings are broken. And I looked at this report, and I want to thank the gentleman for bringing the comprehensive report. My concern is we want to have these items as part of this plan, but I need to see a plan for the maintenance and to do the corrections to these facilities that need to be done. You can add all the kind of play you want to, but if your house is raggedy, it ain't gonna happen.
And you don't.
That's what I'm seeing at this point. You cannot. It's a good piece of paper, and I want it to be something that's gonna sit on the shelf. If you want it to be usable, you're gonna have to clean house and get everything in place so that you can do the things that's been requested by the residents. Right now, you can't do none of it.
You can do the maintenance end of it.
That's what needs to be done.
The maintenance end of it, the rubberized surfaces, and let staff come back with the maintenance of that. That is unacceptable.
Totally.
That's something you correct tomorrow. Okay.
So, Madam Mayor, if I make a recommendation, because the master plan in and of itself is reflective of the community feedback process, right? And I don't want us to necessarily view that as an opportunity to manipulate what the community has said that they want. What I hear the council saying is we want to also highlight the council's priority based off of the feedback each of you have gotten from the community about a desire for pickleball. So that those two can happen at the same time, they can coexist. When it comes to the deferred maintenance across the board at all the facilities, I think what we can do as staff is provide to council an update on all of those deferred items through a work order report to show you sort of the history of that over time. And then also present to you some alternatives for restructuring ideas that could help streamline that. Right now, a lot of the deferred maintenance components are generated by Park and Rec Community Services staff, entered into a system, and then the Public Works team works to address those. However, sometimes they're spread thin or they have other priorities. So there's a couple of things I think we can do to address it.
Come back with a plan of action to get our parks, the maintenance end of it taken care of. The playground equipment and all that.
Mayor, I would love to, and I think we've been attempting to do that through our Public Works Department, but we will bring back a plan that we hope will.
On when it will be completed, not that it's in the system. I've heard that too much. It's in the system. They turn in a report. Nobody's done anything. It's time to stop the nonsense. I have a rubberized surface that needs to be placed on such and such a date. It will be replaced. Okay, those are kind of things that we should not be seeing on our, because this survey is excellent. But what are we going to do right now? I know we can't get equipment tomorrow, but we can clean our parks. We can make sure that our trash cans are empty and that my residents are not going to the park on Saturday and Sunday and having to empty trash cans because nobody's there to empty them. Though we can make sure our picnic tables are clean. We can make sure that our sidewalks are clean. Okay, yes, there's service requests in. If everybody look at them, oh, well, we understaffed, whatever. Do what it takes, Robert. Do what it takes, Cedric Hicks. Michael Whitaker. Do what it takes, Eliza Jane. We've heard enough that it's in the system. Pull it out the system and make it happen. And bring us a report back in 2 weeks. This is our plan of action. That's what I'm asking for. This is an excellent report. I read every page.
Will do, Madam Mayor. You got it.
Thank you.
I'm glad you corrected that. It was Mike Whitaker, not me.
Yeah, not you. Had you been still there, it wouldn't be looking like this. So what else is the pleasure of this council? What do we need to do, Fanny?
Well, you're not adopting the resolution because you're not adopting the master plan. So you provided your direction. Staff has to incorporate your changes and bring back the master plan.
Next council meeting? Is that that's soon enough?
Madam Mayor, if I could get clarity, then is the request to have the council's priority incorporated into the master plan?
Yes.
Okay, I just want to make sure that's clear.
Yeah, if you read it, these are our wishes. Maintenance was 80% of the requests from the public. 80% of the people said park maintenance. I read it. I circled it. 80% of those people turned in said our parks were in need of immediate attention. So it's not deviating. It's just pulling around and saying we're going to make it happen. This we can do. The equipment we can't do. We have to order that. We have to find money for that. But anything that's in your jurisdiction that you can do with staff on board, rubberized surface, you can get that done just by calling in Miracle Playground equipment. and looking at I'm just embarrassed to say
Clean up what we got.
I think it's important for us to, I praise all y'all for this wonderful thing. I sound like Mike and Robert, they're stepping up, but they can't do it without the help of Public Works.
Absolutely.
So we need to incorporate, if there's a deficiency in that department where we need to hire more staff or anything like that. The director's commander's only good as his soldiers, so I think that it's very important if there's a deficiency somewhere in that area, we need to make sure that works. I don't know that the idea tonight is to totally delay moving forward. I think we can make some type of action tonight and then come back. As you say, always MOC march through Georgia a little later.
March through Georgia.
I think we've heard the consensus of wanting these things better, but what is a plan of action that we can take tonight to show progression in a sense that we can move forward? Can we adopt a plan tonight and move in some areas and then come back in next 2 weeks and readopt something else? But can we give them permission to move forward in a sense tonight in some other things?
With the resolution, that's what I'm saying. Do we have to amend the resolution, or can we? It's all in our court, MPG.
The resolution adopts the plan that was attached to your staff report. So you have 3 options. You can either adopt the general plan as presented, or the master plan as presented. You can make a very specific motion that you're going to adopt it, but with a friendly amendment to have the consultant and staff add, 1, 2, 3 items, whatever. You have to be specific to it. Or 3, you can say, we want you to go incorporate our comments as we discussed and bring back an amended or the plan next time. I guess there's a 4th option that you could amend this tonight and say, but bring it back in 2 weeks. We want to amend it again.
Oh, well, we can amend it with the pickleball in it, and then we can amend it when we come back. But right now, when I read this report, it had everything that I've been discussing. So we can make the friendly amendment to adopt it with the pickleball and bring it back, and then we'll amend it again. But staff already knows what we want.
Jim has his hand up, so before I make my motion, I want to see what Jim had to say.
Yeah, Councilman Deere.
Oh, yeah, okay, to the city attorney. A few minutes ago, you came back and said, you revisited the agenda item, and you said there was something we can do tonight. I don't want this to get lost in the discussion. We got off on some tangents, and we need to focus on getting something accomplished. I believe in action. I think we all do. And so, again, can you outline to us what we can do tonight as far as action to move forward to get the pickleball court established in Carson? I know we don't have a resolution.
I just did, Councilman Deere. I think that they were going to make a motion. I stated that you can move to adopt the resolution to adopt the master plan with the pickleball incorporated, and then for the next meeting, all the other issues can be cleaned up and the master plan can come back for another amendment.
Okay, so here's my question. If we adopt the master plan for the entire city of Carson or just the Parks and Recreation?
The Parks and Recreation.
Okay.
That's what's before you on this
If
agenda.
it's just the Parks and Recreation, then I will make the motion as you described. And if there's a second, we could possibly move forward and we'll consider it.
Thank you.
I'll make the motion.
Second, Jim, can I offer a friendly amendment that they be dedicated pickleball courts at Hemingway Park?
Yes, that's a good idea. That's part of the motion, Madam City Clerk.
So it's been moved and properly second. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Staff, I hope we didn't confuse you too much, but we'll bring back.
So just so we have a clear record, staff, what you have to do now is work with the consultant and make sure that the master plan is not the city's master plan, but the Parks and Rec master plan is officially amended to include a section that has dedicated pickleball courts outlined in there. And since we're bringing it back at the next council meeting to clarify the other issues the council raised, that's good, because then the public can see it also in writing at that time.
And,
Understood. Got it.
Okay, thank you.
Madam Mayor.
Just a second, our MPT was first and then you,
Yeah.
Council.
To the city manager, I think you heard all of our concerns. I hear the mayor talking about trash in the park. Directing to you because you are our only employee, right? I want you to make sure that there's a line of communication to Parks and Recs and Public Works. If Parks and Recs has to include the city manager on every interaction with Public Works to show that the communication is going back and forth, there should not be a disconnect at all. And I hear from ground level staff that there's a disconnect. So we want to make sure that you're involved in connecting back the disconnect. So from tonight forward, if we are interacting with Public Works, you have a request, Parks and Rec, and it's not getting done, our city manager or our assistant city manager should be included on those emails. There's no way this stuff should be falling through the cracks.
Understood, Mayor Pro Tem. We will do.
Thank you. Okay, so it's been moved and properly second. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
We said aye. We are. But Madam Mayor,
Yes.
I just wanted to make sure, and I know what has seemed to be probably confusing, for us approving this master plan addressed the issues that was done based upon that plan. We've looked at and identified based upon 80% being maintenance issue. There needs to be a plan that's going to be dealing with the maintenance of the parks and how we're going to create a new vehicle that's going to address every single park and the issues that's been identified at 80%, and then give a timeline on when it's going to be done or what's going to be a barrier for it not to get done, and then bring that back to us so we can know exactly what needs to be done per park. Right now, you're piecemealing it, and I know that Robert Lennox has talked about the historical perspective. I don't need to know what happened back in the day because I was already here when it happened in 2008. My concern is what we're going to do from today moving forward to get it corrected. And that's what should be in the report so that we know exactly what's going to be done. Timeline. And it may be, you talked about the trash. We may need new trash cans. It may not have lids on them like they're supposed to. That kind of thing that needs to be addressed. Those are things that we can look at and also try to identify funding sources that could be addressing it. There's transportation funds, there's other things that are out there because each one of our parks is near a thoroughfare. So there's funding that's out there. And as it's been stated before, it could be done. You just got to put the plan together so we can get it in place. And if we don't have the staff that's able to do it, there's always alternatives to getting staff to come and do stuff. It's called a contract and get it done.
Well, that was basically what I said earlier, but we're all on the same page. So it's been moved and properly second. All in favor signify by saying aye.
For the third time, aye.
Okay.
Aye
Been
again.
4 times.
Aye number 3.
Okay. Thank you. I like to make sure we do it.
Actually, technically, you're supposed to ask if there's any nays or abstentions. Since we voted 3 times yes. There were no.
4 more times.
Right.
What item are we on? 34?
Thank you very much.
Yeah, 34.
36. No,
That was 35, so you're going to go back to 34.
oh, we're going back to 34.
Yeah, we're going back to 34. So, special order of the day. Okay, this is a public hearing. To consider adoption of resolution number 22193, the proposed subsequent draft revision of the city's 6th cycle housing element as adopted on February 1st, 2022, GPA number 20-01, City Council. Madam City Clerk, was the hearing properly noticed?
Yes, Madam Mayor. We have proof of the timely publication that was received by our office, and the posting requirements were met for individuals and organizations. The posting affidavits are on file here in the City Clerk's office, and there were no written communications received.
Okay, staff, you want to make a presentation?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Before you, we have our Director of Community Development, Mr. Saeed Nasay, and I believe he also has some representatives to assist him with this special orders of the day.
Yes, thank you, Mr. City Manager, Madam Mayor, members of the City Council. The draft housing element before you tonight has been in the works for over 2 years, and it has been going through the routine drafting, hearing process, review and comment period with HCD. The latest draft before you tonight addresses HCD's latest comments. I would like to introduce Mr. Rajiv Bhatia, our consultant with Diet and Bhatia, who will present this item.
Thank you.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and members of the City Council. Hopefully you're able to see my screen.
Yes, we can see it.
Thank you very much. As Syed mentioned, this has been in the works for a while. You've actually seen it a couple of times around before, including in February when you adopted it. Following your adoption, we resubmitted this element to the state and city for their review, as is required under state law. They reviewed it. They sent us a letter with certain findings in it. We had a verbal discussion with them on those findings, and we prepared amendments to this element based on their findings. Their findings, and the letter is in detail in the packet, in the staff report. Their findings cover 3 topics. The first one relates to housing needs, resources, and constraints. We've addressed all of their findings and their comments. So we've incorporated findings from affirmatively furthering fair housing analysis into actual programs, and have provided additional discussion. We've updated housing sites inventory and capacity. We've addressed identified governmental constraints in programs and updated that for consistency with the draft general plan. There were a whole host of comments that HCD had on housing programs. I'm not going to cover those components in detail here because Mayu Tanaka from my office will be going through the actual program changes we have done. And lastly, HCD wanted us to highlight public participation that was done specifically for the housing element and show how we have reflected on those public comments and incorporated the comments made by the public. So what we have done in this revised housing elements, we have either revised or we've added actions to existing programs in the housing action plan, which is really heart of the housing element. We've created a new program on neighborhood retail and grocery stores responding to HCD's comments. And we've also reevaluated and adjusted the capacity of sites, which changed as a result of some of the changes in the action, the programs that HCD made. So I'm going to have Mayu Tanaka from our office walk through the actual program changes, which are highlighted in red on this screen. Mayu?
Thank you. There are minor changes to a number of programs in the Housing Action Plan to improve commitment to specific actions in certain areas, targeting certain populations and within a specified timeline. For instance, Program 1, the Residential Rehab Program, geographically targets efforts in tracts with higher concentrations of disproportionate housing needs. Other minor changes were made for internal consistency within the housing element, such as the sites inventory and with the draft general plan. Next slide, please. The last one. Program for the Affordable Housing Strategy was revised to include updated information about the District at South Bay specific plan site. This program now also includes a comprehensive mid-cycle review to monitor progress and take corrective action as necessary. Program 5, the Zoning Ordinance Update, was revised to include a component for open space standards review, which addresses one of the constraints identified during the housing element outreach. Program 8 for accessory dwelling units, or ADUs, had a minor revision to correct ADU projections in line with what HCD produced in their letter. Program 9, which ensures adequacy of residential sites and meets no net loss requirements, was revised so that the numbers are consistent with the updated sites inventory. And Program 11 is the Mobile Home Park Maintenance and Preservation Program, which now cites AB 2782 requirements for mitigating negative impacts of park closure. This is also where the Mobile Home Park Overlay Zone Ordinance was incorporated to strengthen preservation of mobile home parks.
And just by way of information, the draft general plan was released for public review end of last week, and that now includes a mobile home park overlay zone as well. So this proposal is now consistent with the draft general plan that's out there.
It is now consistent.
Yes.
Okay. So when is it coming back? When is the?
Yeah. The general plan, back to you?
Yeah.
So the general plan is out for a 40, and the draft EIR for that is out for a 45-day public review.
Okay.
And we are, so when the public gives comments in the draft EIR, we'll prepare a final EIR, and then through the Planning Commission come to you. It should be literally very, very soon after the public comment period closes. Yeah.
Okay.
Program 13 for special needs housing was revised to incorporate the recommended actions identified in Chapter 3 of the housing element to address fair housing priorities and goals. The program now also requires a comprehensive mid-cycle evaluation. Program 14 is relating to the affirmatively furthering fair housing, which was significantly revised to address state comments. The program now directly connects to the fair housing goals and fair housing issues identified in the 2020 analysis of impediments, which is also described in Chapter 3 of the housing element. It relates to other programs, including affordable housing production, reduction of constraints, programs addressing disproportionate housing needs and displacement risk, and increased opportunity, including access to grocery stores, which is one of the fair housing issues. The program continues to partner with the Housing Rights Center of Los Angeles to provide services and conduct public outreach, which now specifically targets populations with disproportionate levels of housing issues. Lastly, the program has a more specific timeline, including the comprehensive mid-cycle review and updates in response to future changes to fair housing goals or issues that are identified. And lastly, Program 17 is the new program that was developed to address the lack of access to grocery stores as a fair housing issue by promoting development of neighborhood retail to increase access. It encourages local serving community commercial uses in mixed-use development and new neighborhood retail, especially near existing neighborhoods. And it considers adoption of a neighborhood market ordinance or incorporating a neighborhood retail overlay into the zoning code amendment. Given that food justice is also an environmental justice topic, the program seeks to coordinate efforts with actions from the new general plan community health and environmental justice element.
So on this ordinances, go back, adoption of a neighborhood market ordinance. What, we don't have one of those. That's a recommendation.
Right, and the general plan has more specific policies about promoting neighborhood commercial uses, as well as now, I believe, a policy that'll say that for projects that are below a certain size, like less than 5,000 square feet in size, that they would be permitted within neighborhoods subject to, in residential zones, subject to specific, considerations and standards. For neighborhoods that don't have access to a neighborhood commercial store.
Well, I think particularly in Carson, we've been having this problem, this food justice issue, that most people have to go out of a certain circumference of their home in order to achieve or to go to a market. If it takes 15 minutes to go get a carton of milk, we are in a food desert. So how do we address those in the general plan? How do you, as we develop this general plan, is there some way to attract markets to our community? Not just any market, but quality markets. We don't want just any markets. Some people purport themselves as saying they have quality stuff when the stuff is bad for people's health. If you read the fine print. So how do we make sure that in this housing plan we develop or we attract quality things to come to our community?
Yeah, it's a very, very good point. You will find when the general plan comes to you that we actually have a brand new environmental justice element in the general plan. It's one of the elements in there. And that does talk about food justice as an issue and dives a little deeper into those topics. The land use element also provides for certain FAR, floor area ratio, or building area exemptions from density calculations for certain kind of neighborhood commercial uses. So certainly we can have more of a robust discussion if those policies are enough or not enough at the time we come to you for the general plan very, very soon. This is providing an overarching, kind of linkage to those aspects that are addressed in the environmental justice element, as well as directionality to develop the neighborhood market overlay ordinance potentially in a greater detail. But you're right, there are large areas in there, and there's actually good mapping there in the environmental justice element as well that points to where the food deserts are, in Carson. So a targeted approach would also be helpful, looking at specific areas.
I have a question after the Councilman Hicks.
Yeah, my question, Madam Mayor.
Yes.
My question, you talked about it, but the neighborhood marketing ordinance, and based upon the recommendation, does this document exist in other cities? And if so, which ones? And could we get a copy of it?
A neighborhood market ordinance, does it exist in other cities? I cannot readily, there are policies that do exist. I'm not sure, Mayu, did you find that? Because this was something that HCD also suggested to us here.
In our initial discussion with HCD regarding this letter that we received, they did say that they had a sample from another city in California.
We need to see it.
Yeah, we'd like to see that.
Yeah, this is a consideration of adoption of a neighborhood market ordinance. It doesn't commit us to doing that. It certainly commits us to studying that aspect in a greater detail. At the time we come to the general plan, we can look at that ordinance and decide if that's the way to go or if there's a better way to address that to the general plan policies that'll be before you very, very soon.
Well, I think it's something here for the three of us that we want to look into and see, come up with the best way to address it. Not just it's just in here as a suggestion. We want to come up with a recommendation or suggestion on
Absolutely. Madam Mayor, I just sorry, go on.
Yes.
Madam Mayor.
Yes.
Okay, question for the consultants. Along what you just said, you have a very good plan here as far as you're detailing what can be done, but there seem to be some contradictions. For example, if we have a corner at a major intersection that could support neighborhood retail, including grocery, and we put affordable housing on top of that site, then we've eliminated the opportunity for the neighborhood retail, and we create a food desert, and we create a problem. So what we really want from you is a recommendation on how to have a balanced approach. You can't have all housing because then the food desert problem will be exaggerated. It'll be worse. And we're getting pressure from the state to build affordable housing like every city in the state of California. So I would like to know, and this is not part of the scope of your contract, I know, but I want to say this. I'd like to know what these other cities are doing as far as building affordable housing. What is Torrance, Redondo Beach, Gardena, Lomita, other South Bay cities? What are they doing? Palos Verdes Estate, et cetera, Manhattan Beach, Hermosa Beach. What are they doing to build affordable housing? How are they meeting the goals that are being set by someone else, by Sacramento? And how we can meet those goals and meet the goals of promoting economic development in our city. How do we do both? So that's what I'd like to see, a recommendation from your firm on how we have a balanced approach, how we can do both. Or tell us we can't do both. That's another option. So we can't have the city we want. Tell us that if that's the case.
Yeah, Council Member, you hit on sort of a key issue when we look at Carson. I mean, our major opportunity sites for housing are along these corridors where neighborhood retail exists. I mean, you can look at West Carson Street. We have a grocery store. We have a supermarket, drugstores out there and so on. You look at, Avalon, you look at Main Street and other streets. That's where these opportunities are. So as we look ahead to the future, it's critical as we promote housing and mixed-use development that we enable, attract, require these commercial uses to be at the ground level. And you will find in the land use element, there are requirements that as these sites are redeveloped, that a certain portion be set aside at the ground level for retail uses, neighborhood serving retail uses. So we do not lose these. And we are also incentivizing these so that when you do go beyond the minimum required, your housing density does not suffer as a result. So you're not penalized that you lose a floor or something like that of retail, and then you're losing on the housing units. We are building in enough in the development standards there that that'll not be the case. We are also looking at certain other areas where both housing will be promoted and certain retail opportunities can be required. We'll have more of a robust discussion around those. Is that enough? Is the requirement we have there about the amount of retail, is that enough or not? Should we increase that? I think that's going to be up for discussion when we come to you and see if we need to strengthen some of those considerations. Yeah, but you're right. I mean, even if you look at where housing has happened in the city, it's happening by taking out, in some instances, uses that are no longer there, but in many other instances, retail uses that are present, that are operating, those are being replaced with these new housing and mixed-use development. So very critical to preserve what we have, and even that is not enough, because that, as the previous council member said, even that retail is not necessarily the closest to all the neighborhoods. I mean, we need to look for opportunities to close that accessibility gap from the existing neighborhoods.
Well, I think we need to look at mixed use, where I've seen in Torrance a few developments where there's retail in the front of the property and behind it is housing. There's nothing wrong with that. You drive down a driveway between the retail and you enter the housing. And it's compatible, it works together, it supports, one supports the other. We have to build housing that supports retail. Otherwise, we're gonna have just affordable housing, and Carson will be an affordable housing industrial city. And there are complications with that we don't want for the future of the city. And we need to really take a comprehensive approach. And that's why we're relying on your firm to really give us a recommendation, like the MOC said, a recommendation of how we can achieve these things. And that's a difficult task, but I think your company's up to it. Let me give you an example. The corner of Carson Street and Figueroa, the southeast corner, it's a great retail location. But there's a developer who's a very good developer. We really liked him. They wanted to put, I think, around 12 units of affordable housing with no parking at all. And then they came back with some parking element. But that would have consumed the corner itself, wiping out the potential for all the other parcels around that of becoming retail. Why can't we build retail on the corner and make a deal with the property owners of someone can buy the properties? Because behind that, there's vacant property. And housing, including affordable housing, can be built on that property, and then you could have retail in the front, servicing the entire neighborhood, entire city of Carson. That's an example.
I agree with you. Yeah. I mean, Syed, do you want to respond to anything here?
Well, I think as you mentioned, Rajiv, this is a more complex discussion and more appropriate for the general plan. Affordable housing is being pushed by the state, so the city is obligated to provide it, provide the sites at least. And grocery stores and retail spaces are almost the same, because we're obligated to provide the space, but we really can't push developers to provide it. And I see your point that we shouldn't approve housing without commercial. That's where our mixed use concept comes in, and it goes to the old saying that you build housing and commercial will come. And that's what retailers are looking for. They're looking for rooftops.
Yeah.
So I think we're in the right direction to provide more rooftops, and and hopefully the commercial is going to follow.
And we should also probably have good development standards, following the general plan as part of the zoning to make sure we have adequate height, like, 15, 16 foot height and not just a 10-foot height. So a retail, store will not come in, requirements about, ventilation and venting and so on. So there's a complex set of issues to tackle to make sure that the space is also set. But fundamentally, we agree with you. I mean, no disagreement there. The question is how to sort of make it happen. Yeah.
Well, you can talk about retail and you can end up with a nail shop. We're talking about neighborhood marketing. You can't make a store come here, but you can put retail at the bottom. It still won't be answer what we're looking for.
You're right. The kind of retail we want is something that produces taxes, retail sales tax for our treasury. So a city can only stay healthy if we're financially healthy. And the adage about if you build housing, retail will come. Well, not if you consume the retail potential properties with housing, then you'll have no retail.
Well, I like the mixed use. I know when I went to LA and spending off here, and there's a senior housing complex and there's a grocery store right there at the bottom, of it. It's retail, but to say we're going to do retail and you end up with a nail shop and another restaurant, that's not what I'm looking for. I'm looking for a grocery store, not just a 99-cent store, not just a dollar store. So, how do we address that? But anyway, you said you'll discuss it when we...
Yeah, I mean, and I think we can look at, more mechanisms in there. Sometimes retail is a loss leader for many of these housing developers. They don't make as much money from that as they do from housing. So what are the ways in which we can incentivize that? Is there a way to pool resources and also bring those to the table? Is there a way to regulate the size of these stores so we don't end up with nail salons all over and also get bigger stores, in the process? All very good points. Yeah, I mean, I couldn't agree more with you. Yeah, we need to do that. Yeah, so
to the consultant in your firm, so we don't consume tonight's council meeting in this very lengthy discussion. It is complex, granted. Would you please get hold of me at City Hall, and I would like to, have a conversation on the phone or by
Absolutely.
Zoom, or however it works best.
Would love to do that.
Get into the details, and this complicated issue is solvable. It takes work. I'm sure you're capable of doing that, and I'm willing to participate. So I'd like, if you please contact City Hall, contact Council.
Absolutely. Syed will get in touch with you and we'll arrange for a meeting. Absolutely would love to do it.
Yeah, thank you, Syed.
Madam Mayor, if I could just complete the presentation, I have just one more slide.
Okay.
And which is this slide that shows the housing sites inventory, itself. It outlines some of the changes and adjustments we have made in the process. When you have the resolution, we're just asking you to make just one adjustment to this map over here, which is to take out the Perry Street project, which is just on the eastern side of Carson Street. It's just this one right here, just east of I-405 and there, because that's a site where, housing, it's deed restricted to not have housing because of some prior contamination issues. It's 78 housing units only of lower income. We have over 3,000 other housing units. We don't have to add anything, as a result. So that can just be part of the resolution that you make to take that site out. And we will adjust the language in the element to reflect that, It was just brought to our attention because that item is actually, that project is going before the Planning Commission, I believe, next week or something like that. As Syed, is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. So that concludes sort of this presentation in terms of the next steps. We will resubmit this to HCD. Hopefully, they'll find this in compliance, but if there are minor edits we need to make to still do that, hopefully we can do that quickly. They have technically 60 days for this review, but they've assured us that if they get us, they'll try to expedite this because they've looked at this element twice now. And our goal is to have it be done before October 15, which is the new state deadline for certification. Otherwise, there are certain restrictions that come with that. So it's certainly our goal to do that in the next month or a month and a half or so, working with that city.
Okay.
Thank you.
That concludes your report?
Yes, thank you.
I think we've had a nice conversation with staff already, have we not? Are there any more comments from staff?
None at this point.
Okay. From council members?
Yes, Madam Mayor. The consultant, is it Javi? Is that how you pronounce it?
Rajiv, yeah.
Rajiv. Okay, you just made a comment a few minutes ago when you were showing the map. Can you bring that map back onto the share the screen? The map where you had some arrows pointing.
Oh, absolutely. Happy to share that map with you again. Do you see my screen again?
No, just that we see image of you.
Oh, I'm so sorry. Let me get out of that. Share the screen again. See what's going on here. Okay, you should be seeing my screen here. And then this is the map, right?
Yes. And now you made a comment about this area. Bottom right-hand corner, remove Park Avalon and Civic Center sites from inventory continues. Could you explain what you mean?
Yeah.
What are you saying there?
This is from the time when you last adopted it, the housing element. We have adjusted certain sites here to reflect comments made by its cities. So for example, it's been long a part of the city's desire, as I understand, for example, to redevelop the civic center, and potentially look at mixed-use development out there and so on. But by us including that in the housing element, at city was literally in our case to say, what does it mean? Where is housing going to be at the civic center site? When will the RFP for that be released and so on? They were getting ahead of where we were in the process. And we said, well, wait, we don't need the site to satisfy our housing requirement, for the next 8 years. The city may well choose to redo the civic center and include housing as a result. We don't want to be shoehorned into that and be directed by the state, with the state looking over our shoulder in terms of what we are doing. So these are just changes being made to the inventory since the last time when you adopted the housing element in February. So there are certain tweaks we made to the sites themselves, is what this map shows as changes.
Okay, so to put it in layman's terms, so to speak, we are making actions to protect mobile home park residents from being evicted. And Park Avalon is one of the parks that we want to protect. So I think that should be in consideration of a general presentation to us. You should be made aware of what we're planning to do, but you mentioned something's going before the Planning Commission next week. Could you tell us what that is?
Oh, yeah. So I'm sorry. I should just be a little clearer. The Planning Commission...
because it was like news to me, and I don't like to be caught off guard.
No, not for the mobile home park. So we did, I should have emphasized that we did remove any mobile home park that was part of the housing element sites. Those have been removed. There is no mobile home park here as part of the housing sites inventory here.
That's good to hear that.
Yeah, and what's going before the Planning Commission next week is one of the sites, a development project, which is on, and here's my cursor. This is this site here. This is Carson Street. This is I-405. This is this site here. This one site, a project is going before the Planning Commission next week that does not have housing in it. On this site, housing is not allowed because of certain deed restrictions.
The Perry Park project.
Perry Park project, correct, thank you. So we're just simply saying is that we will not, when we submit this to HCD next week, hopefully, we'll just remove that one site from there. We don't need that to meet the requirements because we have an adequate buffer for housing sites.
I see. And then, so when you and I meet off after the council meeting during the week, you can detail that for me because I like to be aware of that. Then the second part of your thing is about the Civic Center. You mean the Civic Center itself could be, removed and replaced with a new
At some
civic
point in the
center.
future, yeah, but we don't have.
Sometime in the
definitive
future,
plans for that.
with, that includes the housing element.
Right.
Okay, that's fine. That makes sense. Okay, I understand now, and thank
I
you.
think that was conversation we had. Yeah, possibility. Okay, thank you. Okay, so questions have been asked. We're going to open the public hearing. Is there any public testimony, Madam City Clerk, regarding?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. There's no one in the waiting room here virtually, and as I mentioned before, we didn't get anything in writing.
So there's no one. Staff, any closing comments?
None, Madam Mayor.
Okay, so we're going to close the public hearing. Council deliberation, recommendation, motion. None?
Well, Madam Mayor, I feel that I need to meet with the consultant because a lot of things that are being brought forward are not things that I have thoroughly been able to discuss with them. So my view is to continue the public hearing until September 20th.
Is there any objection?
I don't have any objection. It's your choice. What I would say is that we have the state deadline of October 15 for each city to certify it, which is still less than, and each city has 60 days legally to review the housing element. We are already sort of almost begging a city to review it in less than 60 days so we can be in compliance with the state deadline, which was extended through special state legislation for the Los Angeles County region. And if you're not, it comes with some pretty heavy duty problems for us. So I'll let the city attorney and Syed state that. If there is any objection, we can.
Madam Mayor, if that's the case, if that's the case, then I'm willing to vote on it tonight.
Yeah. So take the following action: adopt resolution number 22193. A resolution of the City Council of the City of Carson adopting an addendum to the negative declaration for and approving General Plan Amendment number 2202, the City of Carson subsequent draft revision of the city's 2021-2029 sixth cycle housing element as adopted on February 1st, 2022, GPA number 2201.
Second the motion.
Been moved and properly second. The public hearing, okay. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye. Aye.
Aye.
Madam Clerk, report the vote.
Aye.
Oh.
Thank you, Councilwoman.
I waved.
It's unanimous, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. So the next item is item number 36 for discussion. Consider approval of plans, specification, and estimates and award of a construction and materials purchase contract for a rubberized slurry seal project number 1763, citywide rubberized slurry seal program. Mr. City Manager.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Yes, we have this item being brought to you before from our Director of Public Works, Ms. Eliza Jane Whitman.
Thank you, Mayor, City Council.
Hi there.
Hi, how are you?
Good, how are you?
Fine, thanks. So I'm really pleased to announce that we in Public Works have, once we received the ARPA funds from City Council and authorized us to spend them, we are, in July, we started this crack sealing, which is required prior to slurry seal. And so our maintenance staff began that immediately. And we are in the process of completing almost 35 miles of crack sealing. And with the award of this particular, or not award, but with this moving forward as it relates to the slurry seal, we are going to be able to complete probably in November, but we put in here December, the 35 miles of slurry seal throughout the city. We have over 100 streets that are going to be slurry sealed, and very pleased that 3.5 million was authorized for this work. So, Kevin, if you could put up the map that indicates all of the streets throughout the city that will receive the crack sealing and slurry sealing. That is a true combination and effort with both maintenance and our engineering department. And with that, if there's any questions, I'd be happy to answer them.
I think my only question, and I think my only question, is there like something to explain to our community this slurry seal, or why some areas look as if they're just kind of sealed over? Because I read in the comment the other day, they were wondering why some streets looked like they were being repaved in certain areas, and why certain areas of the community just looked like they were getting patch jobs. Can we explain to the public, for the public's edification tonight, can we explain to the public why we do that? Some streets are at surface level, some can still take this, some need to be resurfaced all the way. Is there any way we can get a level of communication out to our community in order for them to understand why certain things are going on according to the slurry seal?
Sure. So one of the things that we did in the spring is we looked at all of the pavement throughout the city, and we analyzed the level of condition that each of the streets were in. For this particular effort, every street has been identified as needing to have crack sealing, which is when you actually see cracks, you put in a specific type of material, and you clean it out first, and then you put it in, and then afterwards you put on this slurry seal that makes it look nice, and it lasts for a long time. This is the crack sealing is a preventative measure for the street to get in worse condition. There are many instances throughout LA County and other places throughout the state where the public works departments actually only do crack sealing, and that will preserve the life of that particular street. We do have planned to do just crack sealing on some of the major thoroughfares throughout the city, but not on residential streets. So residential streets we've targeted for both crack sealing and slurry sealing, and it does preserve the life of the street. Is that helpful?
So in other words, wherever you did the crack sealing, you're gonna go back and slurry seal it, right?
Slurry seal if it's in a residential area, yes.
If it's in a residential area.
Yeah, because otherwise it looks like all those black lines all over the street.
Right.
Doesn't look good.
But on some of the major thoroughfares, we may have to do that because we have limited funds to do everything. As we saw, it was over 200 million to do all streets, but there are some ways so that we can decrease the rapid decrease in the condition of some of the streets.
So the answer is residential streets, neighborhoods will be both.
They will have both, yes, ma'am.
You're gonna go in and take care of the crack. Then how soon will you go back and slurry seal? How long does it take?
So right now, since July, our maintenance staff has been crack sealing. So that's been about 3 months. They may be a few more weeks to a month maximum additional. Our our slurry seal, which is we're going to give notice to proceed this month, they will start. So there's a lag of approximately a couple months between when the crack sealing is completed and then slurry seal is done.
Do we have a list of any streets in the neighborhoods that were crack sealed? I think that would help us out a little bit.
Yes, we actually produced in the package a list of all of the streets and then, from starting point A to starting point B, every street is listed in there.
Is this report that you gave, that we had, it says ARPA slurry seal program and comprehensive citywide street program?
Yes, that was one we gave before.
Yeah, I got this, I've had it since July 19th. I keep it out.
Yes. So now we took a deep dive and we actually went through and looked at which streets made sense throughout the city to focus for crack sealing and slurry sealing in the residential areas, specifically with the ARPA funds.
Okay, because in here you you identified the good, the range and all that. So maybe, I know you gave this to all of us. It was on my desk.
Yes. And then, so this particular effort was to really just focus on just the crack sealing and slurry sealing in residential areas.
MPT?
I'm satisfied, Madam Mayor. I was just looking at the thing here. I'm satisfied.
You have it?
Yes.
Yes. Okay. So now all of us should have this, and so when your residents are asking questions about it, they will be coming back to slurry seal their streets.
Yes.
It's a approximate 3 month window, Liza Jane?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Madam Mayor,
Yes.
I'd like to make a motion to approve the plan specifications, estimates, location maps, location lists, and the work for project number 1763. Citywide rubberized slurry seal program. Make the findings that the proposed citywide rubberized slurry seal program is categorized exempt pursuant to section 15301, 15301C, and 15301D of the California Environmental Quality Act guidelines. Authorize staff to record the notice of exemption in the office of the Los Angeles County Clerk for the citywide rubberized slurry seal program, and waive the formal bid process defined by the Carson Municipal Code Section 2611, as allowed by Section 2611F. Authorize the City of Carson to piggyback on a competitive bid contract between the Los Angeles and Petrochem Material Innovative LLC, and award a construction and material purchase contract to Petrochem Materials Innovative LLC in the amount of $2,733,266.25 for the citywide rubberized slurry seal program, and authorize the expenditure of construction contingencies for $492,989.94, which is 15% for an unforeseen construction work such as materials, testing, and other work that may be necessary to complete this project, and authorize the mayor to execute the construction and materials purchase contract following approval as performed by the city attorney.
Second.
Who was that?
MPT.
That was the MPT who seconded. Yeah.
That was who? MPT?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, it's been moved and properly second. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Madam Clerk, report the vote.
It's unanimous, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Item number 37. Consider approval of resolution number 22170, resolution of the City Council of the City of Carson, California, approving a transfer of agreements between the Los Angeles County Flood Control District and City of Carson, agreement number 2021 RPSSMV 02 Safe Clean Water Program, regional program to receive $1,037,500 in funding over the course of 5 years for the operation, maintenance, monitoring of the Carson stormwater runoff and capture project at Carriage Crest Park. Mr. City Manager. Is he here?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Apologies. Yeah, we have for the next item here, Madam Mayor, we have staff that will be able to present.
I believe this is me.
Yes.
Yes, I'm very happy to announce that the City of Carson received over $1 million to help us in the operations and maintenance from our participation in the Safe Clean Water Program with LA County Department of Public Works and their flood control district. This is over $1 million over 5 years for O&M. And basically this will cover approximately at least 50% of the operations and maintenance activities required for Carriage Crest Park. So it was a competitive bid for us to receive this money, and it was voted on, and we were approved for over $1 million over 5 years.
Awesome. Thank you.
Yes.
That's great. Any questions, conversations from my colleagues?
Madam Mayor,
Yes.
I'll go ahead and make the motion because it looks pretty straightforward. I move that we waive further reading and adopt resolution number 22-170. Resolution of the City Council of the City of Carson, California, approving a transfer agreement between the Los Angeles County Flood Control District and the City of Carson. Agreement number 2021 RPSSMB 02 Safe Clean Water Program, Regional Program, and authorize the mayor to execute the agreement.
Is there a second?
Second.
It's been moved and properly second. Any discussion? Hearing none, all approved signify by saying aye.
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 Madam City Clerk, report the vote.
It's unanimous, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Item number 38, consideration of a resolution number 22184, amending the non-public utility pipeline franchise with Tesoro Refining and Marketing Company, LLC. Mr. City Manager.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. For this particular item, I believe we have our Assistant City Manager, John Raymond, to provide an update.
Thank you, Mr. City Manager. Madam Mayor, this is a relatively small amendment to the franchise agreement with Tesoro Refining and Marketing Company. This is a pipeline franchise, and it's de minimis enough that the City Attorney's Office determined that it did not need to be conducted with a public hearing, and it can just be approved by resolution. Basically, when the company did their interconnect project, the Lyric project, a couple of years ago, that they part of the interconnect was to extend two pipelines 90 feet under Alameda. One is I think a 12-inch pipeline, and the other is I think an 8-inch pipeline. And so this amendment is actually adding the two 90-foot sections of pipeline to the ordinance and the map, et cetera, and then collecting the per linear foot fee from Tesoro.
And what is that fee?
I think it's $2.56 per linear foot per year.
Those are pennies.
Right. Well, it's the total. Yeah, it's $2.56 per linear foot per year. They have a total now with the amendment of almost 30,000 linear feet, and so it's 29,990 feet total. We've added 180 to bring it up to that. So that starts to turn into real money times $2.56.
And we are collecting those, I take it?
I believe we are. Yes. The finance department handles the collection of the franchise fees.
Okay. A discussion from my colleagues. Hearing none, I'll entertain a motion.
I'll make a motion, Madam MOC. The motion is to waive further reading and adopt resolution number 22-184. A resolution of the City Council of the City of Carson, California, delineating certain locations for the installation and operation of pipelines or other facilities in connection with a non-public utility pipeline franchise awarded to Tesoro Refining and Marketing Company, LLC.
Second.
It's been moved and properly second. Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Thank you very much. Okay. That concludes our agenda. And I lost my agenda. FPT, where am I?
You are on ordinance and second readings, which is none. Memorial adjournments.
Memorial adjournment. Madam City Clerk.
Thank you, Madam Mayor and Mr. MPT. I have a few names that I will read aloud at this time. Joseph Wilson, Clifford R. Davis, Carmen Ramirez, Dorothy.
Ramirez.
Yes.
Really?
Yes. The chair of the Ventura County Board of Supervisors, CPA board member.
Yeah. She was hit by a truck.
Are you serious?
Yes. Serious.
Okay.
Dorothy Mae Baker, Regina Roxas Patterson. And those are the names that I've received.
Thank you.
I want to add Janisha Harris. It's my little cousin. She was killed on Manchester and Broadway in a car crash. The car was being chased by the LAPD.
She left 2 kids, right?
Left 2 kids.
So she's an innocent victim from someone who was fleeing the law enforcement, Councilman?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Wow.
I hope they caught the suspect.
They did.
Great. Okay.
MPT, send me the spelling. I want to make sure I spell it correctly.
I sure will.
I'm sorry.
I sure will.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Bishop, can you give us a little prayer for our...
Sure. Father, thank you again. You heard everyone's name that was mentioned tonight. We pray for their families, their loved ones, those that are connected to them. We pray for Carson as a whole. Help us move forward in your name. Amen.
Thank you.
Amen.
Amen.
Well, there aren't any all communications for matters not listed on the agenda, Madam City Clerk?
No, Madam Mayor.
Okay. Or council requests?
Madam Mayor, I have 4. First is to put under the presentations, I mentioned earlier in the meeting tonight, a presentation from the Vector Control District. They've done it before over the years, but this is very poignant because of the death that took place. Second of all, I'm requesting that the mobile home park zone ordinance be put on the agenda. Third request is I request that we have an agenda item to revise our agenda ordinance. Fourth request is commissions, committees, and boards be on the September 20th agenda.
Thank you.
That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Hearing none. I want to thank you guys for a wonderful meeting. We covered a lot of information tonight. Moved it expeditiously for our first meeting. I know there's been some air conditioning problems here. Mr. City Manager, did we resolve those?
Yes, ma'am. We are actually chilling.
It's not bad today. Not bad.
Not bad. Okay.
I have a couple announcements.
Yes, Councilman Hicks.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. One is on September the 10th, this coming Saturday, at the Carson Community Center, the Cajun and Blues White Linen event from 7 until midnight. Doors open up at 6. Performance by Madam D, The Family, Kenny Sarah Buck Jump Brass Band, and performances by the group Switch. Tickets are $55 each for VIP, or $50 if you do a table of 8. And general admission, bringing your own lawn chair is $20. So come on out. The last time I checked, we might have 1 table left for the VIP area, and we may have about 20 or maybe 20 seats spots available for the actual general admission. So as I've always said, it's going to be a sold out event. So for those who have not, please get your tickets now and come on out and enjoy yourself this coming Saturday over here at the Carson Community Center for the Cajun and Blues White Linen Affair.
Thank you.
Councilman,
Yes.
tickets are made out to the city of Carson, right?
Yes.
People are interested in going. And so you can buy, there's still VIP tickets left for 55.
There's still some VIP tickets left, yes.
And then otherwise general admissions only
It's 20,
$25.
$20.
$20, okay. Oh,
Just go to the ATM machine and get out $20. And you get count.
Very good.
We're not going to have our next meeting until till the 20th, but it's Councilman Jimmy D's birthday.
On the 7th, well, that was my next announcement.
Oh, okay, go ahead.
My next announcement on September the 17th, which is Jim Deere's birthday, we're doing the second annual Prostate Cancer Walk, which has been sponsored by who we had this afternoon, Providence Little Company Mary, along with City of Hope. Sponsorship has been Channel 11, along with KGLH, along with African American Empowerment Coalition, along with Classy Enterprise. And the event is from 8 until noon at Cal State University, Dominguez Hills. It's in conjunction with the Men's Empowerment Summit. It is an annual event that's at Cal State Dominguez Hills. This is the precursor. So you come out, get information about prostate cancer, get information. Later on that morning, we will have the event in the actual auditorium on men's empowerment to learn about financial literacy and other issues addressing men to be a better father, to be a better provider, to be in charge of their household, to do what they need to do to be the man in their household. Come out again on September the 17th. And again, it's also Jim Deere's birthday, so he'll be there walking in support of prostate cancer awareness.
Correct.
Councilman Hicks, when is the next anniversary planning meeting?
It should be the 4th Thursday. Mike Whitaker, help me out on that one. I think it's the 4th Thursday at 6 o'clock at the Carson Community Center.
Okay.
I believe it's next week on the 15th. I'm just verifying, but I think it's next week. It's the third Thursday.
Third Thursday, okay.
Well, I need to start having a meeting for the ball because I'll be at that meeting.
Yeah, we need to catch up.
Yeah, we need to catch up on the ball. And to anyone interested, the tickets for the women's conference went on sale. You can contact, it's on the city's web. You can register on the web. All of our doctors, I think, have been lined up. It's going to be a nice conference. So I'm expecting.
Madam Mayor, what are the ticket prices
For the
women's conference?
I think they're $50.
Okay.
Yeah, the women's conference is $50.
October 21st.
21st. October 21st. The Jazz Festival is October 1st. We've already secured all the entertainment for that. What am I having? Well, we'll tell you next time. Oh, what's his name? Gerald Albright is our headliner. So we're locked that in. The VIP tickets for that is on sale also. You can go through Anderson Park and pick up those. Staff is handling that. If you're a catered event in the VIP area, the tickets are $50 for the VIP area. Of course, council is comp, but for our guests, the tickets are $50. We'll have 200 seats. So we have 2 things. That's it for me.
That's still a lot.
That's not a lot. I need to get this ball going.
Yes, you do.
It's going to be a ball, everyone.
So you got to make sure you get that dress made. I understand.
Any other comments? Any other discussions? If not, it's 9:10. I want to say good night.
Not bad.
Not bad.
Good night, everyone.
Good night.
Good night.